Welcome back to Stationeers. Today I want to play Moon on beta, since the new terrain system is now playable. The developers just put out an announcement a day ago that while the lunar map is not entirely finished, they don't expect any further things to actually break saves. So they'd like people to now join the beta and, well, to give them feedback, to play a little. And so they will keep fixing that up and are also moving on already to editing the other maps, or making the other maps. By the way, I just made a map, so I know now in principle how that works. I'm working on a video that will show that, and I'm also working on a news episode that will actually require some footage of, well, of the moon on the new terrain system with a station. And that's the purpose of this video. So let's do this. Yeah, some word problems here still. Creative easy. Let's play Stationeers, the moon after all. Lunar terrain demo, or lunar new terrain. This gives you the debug jetpack and some debug headlights and not a spacesuit, because you will basically be immortal. And you can fly super fast and your light is super bright, and you have a tool that allows you to mold the terrain. And the brutal starting conditions, and let's play standard. Inside a crater, okay. Yeah, they changed the sun situation. The eclipse with Earth is now no longer in the evening, it's in the morning. That's what I read. I haven't seen that yet in action. Oh, nickel. And you can see Earth over there. And speaking of field of view, maybe you remember there was this bug where in the main menu you could use these hotkeys for changing the field of view, and they would change the scene that you see behind the menu. They fixed that today. Well, and you land now right after the morning eclipse. Yep. There the highlands begin, and okay. Interesting. This is a good starting spot because it makes us make choices. Transporting all that stuff over there will take about 10-15 minutes, I guess. It's a time I don't want to waste now, so I will just choose to build my station on the ledge. I will actually do this. Instead of dismantling the lander itself, which disconnects the boxes of course, they will just fall to the ground, I will instead detach them old school, so that the lander persists. I wish these things wouldn't look so much like toys. Just like I wished that the player character in the main menu and in the DLC shop and so forth would not look so much like some amateur was trying to do some Minecraft game in space and was just using some kind of placeholder design. I'm sorry if someone of Rocketworks sees this and feels kicked in the balls by this, but that's just the way it is. You cannot consider such problems when criticizing a game. You know that I'm kind of a Rocketworks and Stationeers fanboy, but that's not quite what it is it? When I'm criticizing them like this. Again, the usual disclaimer in quotation marks, they have a very small team working on Stationeers and they're not making any money with it. I mean, obviously they're selling, so that's money making, yeah, but financially it's a loss, but they will just keep going. The goal is not to make money with this thing, even though that would of course be awesome, and they are looking forward to some boost in sales when the new terrain system comes out. That's also one of the reasons you cannot expect this, when the moon is working, to be released onto main, because because the next main version, I mean any main version, any public release version, this is the beta channel of Stationeers, is always interesting to players, but particularly with the new terrain system that we've been waiting on for so long and that will change things a lot. Just look at the vastness here, that is just being played in at a completely relaxed frame rates. Awesome. Is turning heads, will turn heads, and so this is a unique opportunity that will not come in a long time. So they need to do that right. So the thing when it comes out needs to have its balls and its uniform and its bells and whistles. Of course, it would be nice if I would move to a different place and do all the things there. Also, I just realized I'm not next to the to that ridge that gets me to the highlands. No, instead, I'm just in a crater. This is a crater. But this would just take too much time. I could play the easier mode, then I would have enough time, or I could just, you know, cheat a bit and spawn in a rover, which you can now print again. It's a legal thing, though I don't have the means yet to print it, obviously. So that we could move stuff around, but that would still take a long time. So all factors considered, I chose to just start in the usual way and then try to sprawl out from there, try to move around. There should also be a reason to move around, because the ores are not spread around equal. So which ore is where, as defined actually by an image. See, they have introduced this concept of regions, and you can these regions can be used for all kinds of things. They're using this, for example, right now, to have named regions. So if you use your GPS tablet, which shows the XYZ coordinates, then underneath you will see the name of your current region. And that is realized in the following way. In the XML file that defines the world, there is you can call for certain textures for a texture file, and my impression was you can have arbitrarily many. So like you can have one texture file, 2, 20, it doesn't matter, and this will just have colors, like someone doodled in MS Paint, kind of like that. And then you can say, okay, I'm referencing this in this texture map, or whatever you want to call that kind of map, and I'm using this in this color. There's a default value, so if no color value hits, that's the value that will be used. For example, the region name that will be used. But if the color hits, if for example you're in a place and there's a RGB value full red, no green, no blue, and you're calling for that, then the information of that place will be chosen, and you can define what that means. You can say, I would have explained that better if I could concentrate on it. Anyway. Hey, is the sun going down in that direction? Oh no. Oh yeah, okay, so... so what I'm saying is, you can say this region has this and this name, and where that region is defined by that color map. So you say this color means this region name. And then, you know, the game probes where you are versus these maps. But this can be used for other concepts too. For example, for ore distribution and for deep miner ore distribution. So all of that will come into play. All of that will be part already of the new terrain release that is coming out, because it's already test-wise running here on the moon. I would pretty much like to slow down the day-night cycle. should have done that at the beginning. I will wait for the morning and then I will switch to 200-minute day-night. Because it's just ridiculous that games always have this turbo day-night thing. I was playing Fallout 4 like 10 years ago. You know, the one that came after the legendary Fallout 3 and after... anyway, and they have these radiation storms. And they last like, I don't know, 30 seconds or a minute maybe, or 2 minutes, I don't know. But you can, and they have this day-night cycle, which is way too fast. But you can slow that down with some console input, of course. And in that game, it's even saved. I'm pretty sure it's saved with the game. I think here in Stationeers, sadly, that's not the case, and I don't understand that. But then again, it's the Stationeers team, you know, they have a lot on their plate and they are very focused on certain things, and they are not perfect. I mean, they make mistakes, they prioritize wrongly here and there. That's all true. I mean, who's perfect? Look at what they gave us, this unique game that doesn't exist anywhere yet, that we have atmospherics in games, but we will have atmospherics in games. That will be a normal thing, just like physics, so-called physics. We have to relabel that now that we have this stuff here. That should be called mechanics. Anyway, now that we have mechanics in basically every game, even though it's completely unrelated to the gameplay itself. So I think that will actually be a normal thing in gaming, that you can that you have gas pressure, that there can be toxic gases, that there can be smells, air motion, that you can well, evacuate the place. So bad for anyone who doesn't have a gas mask or some breathing apparatus. Gas mask doesn't help there. And I think that will be a normal thing. And Stationeers is actually the thing that gives us this, because it's a prototype, so to speak, for a game like that, without the shooting. Here we are exploring deeply these physics or chemistry or gas pressure, atmospherics aspects. And other games would have that not as deeply. They would basically pick and choose from what Stationeers has. One of the things that Stationeers has that I love a lot is that you can operate and tinker with all these devices. That's fun. I mean, in many games, Doom and such, when you play that, it's a good mood that you have there, but you would like, then you're happy about every button that you can push every once in a while for, I don't know, there's some garbage disposal thing that is in one point in the 7th map or whatever. I'm just making this up. And you're glad that you're there, and it's outstanding that you have some interaction there, to do something with this world that's so important to you. But here, everything is interactive, and not only that, everything is real. I mean, even in Cyberpunk 2077, when you walk around, you have to wonder, is this door one that can be opened or not? And I understand that the mood of the city is important. They can't just, you know, close every door, or can just hide every door, and then you're like, there's no doors here. Well, I guess this door over there, which I can see, can also be opened, because there's so few doors here, they're all openable. Yeah, good concept. No, that's not good. Do we have everything? I think so. So, I mean, this means that when you play games, usually you have to first build some kind of mental filter for the world. And that's what you do right at the start, because you need to learn the interface, you need to be able to interact with the game. And that means that right from the start, you're putting some kind of filter over your head. That means that you don't see reality anymore, you see reality plus the filter. On the other hand, of course, we're so proficient at doing that by now, just like we're proficient at saving and loading, and that doesn't break the immersion too much. We can somehow still stay in there, even though now it's kind of made up. That we died, and okay, let's just play again then. But still, I think it is a major thing that in a game, if a game does it like this, where you have where everything is real. What you see is what you get. Oh! Didn't have more walls? Oh, there are more walls. Right. I had more walls. So I'm working on a short Stationeers news episode that will actually announce what at the beginning of this video I already said, but that will come out before this video, so that makes sense. Like, come to beta now and such. Airlock supplies? And I'm working on an episode that will actually for the first time feature developer news, developer play stream. I asked Rocket for permission, and he said, yeah, welcome to. When it came to the previous stream, so I will just extend the permission to this one also. I think that's fine. And I have already watched the 2 hours stream and cut out some excerpts that I think are relevant. Because it's not so much the playing that they do that we're interested in, but what are they saying? What are they relaying? What's coming up, you know? And there were some things, for example, they were showing how to make maps. And some other stuff. They were also showing a list of things that are basically on their plate. Not necessarily what they will do, but and well, it's a bit disappointing, right? Not Rocketworks, but that Twitch streams are being deleted automatically after like 2 weeks or whatever it is. How stupid is that? I mean, Twitch has a low frame rate from what I've seen, or maybe it's just the way that Rocketworks records this. Has a lower viewing quality than YouTube, and it automatically deletes the streams after a while. Why? Why don't they just use YouTube? Where you have 4K quality, 60 frames per second, and the video can stay forever. I don't get that, man. I don't understand. Alright. So in that other video, which will be longer and will be basically my project for these 2 vacation weeks I'm having right now, started a few days ago, started on the weekend, is to, well, this video where I show the new terrain system, a custom world that I made, and 2 actually, but it's not really, I'm basically using the moon and perverted it a bit, but I made my own terrain, you know. And testing the terrain a bit, changing the gravity, changing the horizon rounding, and giving a sense of scale, because goddammit, this new system is large. Really, really big, man. Okay, oh no, still something left. Yeah, I cannot close all of that up, because then I don't have enough of that stuff. Okay, let's do the doors. First I need a survival box. After all, I'm playing on Stationeer difficulty. But even if I had played on the easy difficulty, lugging all that stuff around without the rover, I think what they actually should do is they should change the starting conditions, the gear that you start with, so that you have a rover from the get-go. Of course, there's a tricky consideration here. The question is, how would they, I mean, not how, but solar panel. There's the Earth. Okay. How would they deal with the problem of batteries? Because the rover
Hydration critical.
needs some power, right? So would you start with nuclear batteries? That would be weird. So, but I mean, see, that's a problem. And I don't see a solution to that problem other than just not giving you the rover from the start. So you first would have to make your station wherever you are. Yeah, but that's one of the things that this these tests that many of you will begin doing soon, will yield. You know, it will show that some of the balancing is still off. Like the map expects you to move around so that you get the resources that you need, but for that you need a vehicle which you don't have, and so forth and so on. All of that needs to be balanced out. Oh. Hello, sun. Orbit time scale 0. That's 03. Now we have a 200-minute day-night cycle. Why did I move it so far into the room? That's not good, let's change that. Where is the upside, where is the downside? Ah, yeah. Is that right? Is that the input? Output and output. Okay. Batteries go in. Can't explain that. And that was a trick that I'm still trying. Trick? It's not a trick. A good habit that I'm trying to learn. If I want to swap my own battery with an existing battery, what I should do is take the one from the world and move it into my suit. Not the other way around, because if you do the other way around and your click fails, for example the mouse lets go and stuff, then you will not have a battery, and then you will fumble around in the dark. Where's my battery? Where's my battery? But when you do it this way, then a mistake will not kill you. So from the world into the suit. That's what you want anyway, right? My suit is out of juice. From the world into the suit goes the energy. Okay. We need 2 active vents later. Both of these would have to be placed on a wall. That doesn't fly, it's the input power. I need to use the output power. Can I pipe a pipe through that? I'm still not sure. Where are the pipes? Ah. That doesn't work, of course. So I could already plan ahead for that future when I would have the active vents. And what am I doing now? What am I saying? Because this makes sense right now already. Yeah. The other one will be over. Where would it be? It's rather arbitrary. Could put it here. Then it pumps up. And this one. Yeah, that's maybe not this. Maybe that's not the dumbest thing. So that's where the passive vent goes. And the other active vent goes here, and the passive vent goes there from the outside. Eventually, once I have the advanced airlock. And this is where the console goes. All neatly next to each other. Nope, that would pump into the airlock again. I want to pump into the room. Are we getting some power here? Ah, yes, we're getting. Yeah, I need to do something about my food. Don't want to play this drastically. After all, it's a simulation, so... In reality, I would now eat, for I'm in pain. That's also something I hope that I mean, seriously, I would like to have a few million extra, and then I would just... or billion. And then I would like to just swoop in New Zealand and say, hey folks, let's hire a few more guys, and I also have some ideas here for Stationeers. Let's change some stuff around. Where would I put the sensor? Oh, there's no more room for the sensor. Yes, there is. We can do this. For example, there needs to be primary experience. I made a video about that called Primex, or Primary Experience. It's a while ago. It's easily a year ago, I think. And in that video I used some VFX to simulate what happens to you when you're on the moon and you open your helmet. Then you have everything getting slightly bulgy and some jitterings going on and colors change and so forth. And this kind of feeling that you're really in a crappy situation there, that's missing from the game. In a similar way, currently, I mean, this heavy breathing thing is just a placeholder. They had this way of expressing suffering or pain already built into the game, and so they just used it then for this particular situation I'm in right now. That's the secret, I mean, it's not a surprise. But there should be more. For example, I mean, the emptier your stomach gets, even before 0%, you should possibly hear some glor glor glor. You know, when your tummy is telling you, I'm digesting currently as fuck, so maybe you want to start cooking already. What do you think, huh? Now I would like to get some oxide. Is that a possibility here? I'm inside a crater? Ah, yeah, I think I see it already. That might be oxide right there. And it is. Yeah, well, they changed something about the terrain that I haven't yet seen in action, which is we have the surface level text voxels, and I don't know how these actually are created when you make the map. Maybe it's an automatic process where it says, okay, this is indeed at the surface, because the generator, of course, knows what surface is and what isn't. And then it will say, okay, this stuff is deeper in, and so that will look different. That will have a different look. And so if you keep digging, we should actually see... I think I see it already. Here we go. We're seeing different... different quality of soil. They will also have some... you remember from the old, I would call it old now, the old terrain system, that we had these kind of textures around the ore when you dig it out. This is also where the soil got harder to drill. And that will come back. They have already said that like 3 days ago or so. So that will come. It's pretty nice that we have this now. Deeper in the ground. That's a very nice touch. My modded world that will be in the video that I was talking about, which will also have the developer streams after I have shown all the good stuff, and also only the excerpts, of course, not the entire stream, is has also altered the way the texture here is used. The normals are more extreme, so the stones, they look more spiky, like when you're walking around there barefoot, which you wouldn't, it's the moon, then you would, it would hurt because they're so sharp. Also, I'm using the Mimer's sun, so it looks quite different. And also, the Earth is much bigger.
Hunger caution.
Because this thing is this big. The entire fucking horizon is the Earth. And cool enough, where the textures are located in the installation folder, there's also an 8K version of those very textures. So my Earth even looks good, because I could just say, okay, use these other textures there. That was very easy to do. I mean, it was really complete amateur work that I did there to make that world. It is not a proficient, I know what I'm doing XML edit. Look, he made a world. The maker of the world said it again. Whatever. Yeah. So let's eat something before I fall over dead. But it's still amateur work. But at least I can make these, I can at least utilize the terrain voxel rendering thing. I've tried a map which has like only 128 boxes or meters, I'm not sure what unit is, height, but I also tried one that is 4 kilometers high with extreme mountains and such, so that works. So we need the active vent, we need the... oh. We need some more wires here. So it's really not hard to do that, but I mean, if you want to make a proper world that is cool, that's not going to be that easy. I mean, the terrain itself is already magical, but it's only a height map. But that will already be magical. You would see that in that video. It's very cool. Exterior, interior gas sensor. Are we done? Okay. Right, repressurization. I forgot. So let's put some pressure in here. And if this doesn't melt, by now you know that you can just use your welder, this one or the arc welder, both of them will work. You can do that, and then they will melt. So you no longer have to wait for the sun to be there, or you don't have to go into your little airlock box and give some trigger gas by opening your waste canister. Which will then start the actual melting process, and then you have to quickly open the airlock to the inside so that the airlock doesn't overpressurize from all the gas that's coming out of there. Oh, fuck me. Yeah, that wasn't good. If I wouldn't be talking this whole time, I would probably not have fallen for that. But I want to keep it kind of entertaining, right? So... why isn't this melting? I'm not in the sun? It doesn't melt in the hand? This is annoying. Oh, right, I forgot. I didn't yet close the ceiling, yeah. Lack of materials. That accident will soon be forgotten. Well, let's open this too. Or I have to build some more. So I just tossed a lot of CO2 away that I could have used for the plants. Sad face. And well, what would you do if you have a quick load in this game that is as fast as some games have it. I mean, I'm still in awe how fast the quick save is in Cyberpunk. I mean, it takes like 1/10 of a second that it's done. Awesome. Really good. Really good work. What would you do if you had that in here and such a thing would happen? Would you say, ah shit, and reload? I think that's fine, but it's also questionable. Where's the experience? And in Deus Ex I did that too. Deus Ex, I'm talking about the original right now because I have the most experience with it, played it like 30 times. I see, I mean, it would be great if we wouldn't reload the whole time, if we would roll with the punches, but on the other hand we have the inventory managing with this, which is tedious. So that's something you want to save. So using some kind of external measures where you say you cannot save now because you basically have to change map to save. There was a Deus Ex DM 4 characters, DMXF something, I don't remember, which I played a lot. Very good Deus Ex mod. Which allowed, I think it was that one, which also allowed you to have optionally that you can only save, whoops, when you're actually changing maps. So I was doing that, so I was just intentionally changing maps whenever I did something with the inventory and then I went back, but otherwise I just kept going. Now that's of course a ridiculous way to solve that problem. The problem is immersion. I am, like, in quotation marks, all about immersion. Immersion, immersion, immersion. That's why I have a big ass screen right in front of me, so my effective screen size is big. That's why my field of view is large, and that's the proper way to do it. Because, I mean, the user interface, the interface that we're using here, I mean, okay, some more philosophy for those who haven't heard that yet. We only have this very narrow interface to the computer, which is input is mouse and keyboard, output is video and stereo audio, and the video is not even three-dimensional. I am very sure, I mean, well, I'm 100% sure that in a couple of decades it will be normal for us at all times when we play video games to have actual stereoscopic 3D. You might say, well, that didn't take off the first time and didn't take off the second time right now, but that's not true. I mean, okay, maybe it's true, but that's not a good argument. I mean, just because people are doing it wrong doesn't mean that the thing that's being done wrong itself is wrong. It's not wrong. And certainly stereoscopic 3D, I have tried that a bit with Quake 3 like 10-15 years ago. I have the glasses still somewhere here. Was a shutter glasses which darken everything slightly because the LCD is impure, which use the screen switching, you know, halving the frame rate. And that was awesome to be in there. It's an indescribable, beautiful bonus that we will have as a default in gaming. It will be default. It will. This is 100% certain. I mean, one of the problems, for example, is that you have to set up your gear correctly, your 3D gear, and the people are not very good at that, you know. Do they adjust the gamma of their screen, the black point, the white point? Do they start the game like 10 times to adjust all the texture settings and the performance and so forth? I do that, then I play, and so I'm always a bit annoyed that where do I place this? In the airlock? When I have to do that, because the big downside, of course, is that your Steam 2 hours counter is ticking, and so like 20 minutes after you've started playing, you can actually start playing. That's a bit stupid, isn't it?
Air tank low.
Anyway, so now we have this stuff, which is not good. unless I also have something to print on. So let's take the autolathe, wherever I might have buried it, there it is, and get to printing. I need some sheets here. Where will I place them? I'm sorry for those who watch this and think, oh, this is so nervous, you're moving so much, blah, blah, blah. Dude, I'm playing this and, oh, look at that. The sun's back. This is not a presentation video. I'm not saying, hey, behold, this is not an edited video with... I mean, the new video that I'm currently doing that that tells us, hey, we can play now, so come to beta and so forth, is elegant, it's beautiful, it has a great flow and so forth. That's not what this is, obviously, and you have to accept it. Sorry. Also, I may be moving around while I talk meaninglessly. Sometimes I might just be talking about some topic, and then I move and I move and I move, and I can't help it. And that's of course a flaw. That's of course a mental deficit. That's what that is. But I mean, it's a normal deficit to have. Doesn't mean that it's somehow good, but I'm saying it's not outrageous. It's a normal thing, and I'm sure I will overcome it. I'm sure we'll all overcome it, because but let's not go into that stuff again. Into the times that are ahead of us. What times? I'm not saying, but I can see it happening. You will like it. The survivors will like it. So make some sheets, close up the wall, and get some atmosphere in here. Meanwhile, I can already get some fresh oxygen for me to breathe.
Air tank critical.
Yeah, let's do the furnace next, because I'm gonna need it anyway. Oh, I need copper, never mind. Yeah, the seating thing was stupid, and it's always awkward when that happens. Particularly, it happened to me even there was a recording that I published on Vulcan. Yep. So I was pumping the station empty so I could finally take a sip and breathe a little. I mean, not breathe, but that would have been vacuum. And then that was taking eternities, and then I realized, oh, there's still a hole in the ceiling. Okay, let's toss some stuff away. And think about the next step. Here we have some iron. This can be removed. Gonna want the tracker on me. And maybe I wanna go mining now that the sun is out. This should not be necessary, famous last words. Where will the other manufacturer be? On the back side of this, I would say. So let's lay that cable so that I have your cables on me, so I can do this. Save and go mining. Right, there was some mining stuff. Good thing I'm thinking of this. That's good. Mining supplies. I think I saw that explosions don't affect the new terrain yet. Maybe that is not true, maybe I was just mistaken. But the explosion that I had there was a smart canister, that was I believe 2 days ago, exploding, and afterwards the smart canister was still there. It was just, its texture was a bit weird. So that bug is still in there, goddammit. And yeah, I'd like to swoop in there and say, hey, here's a million, and let's hire a few more people, and we have some blah blah blah. Then I would see that we get some primary experience, as in when you're suffering, your screen will have some shaky effects or some vignette or whatever. This is of course controversial, because every decision that you make for a project like this is controversial, and so forth and so on. But I mean, certainly it would be better than just having the computer voice, which funny enough you still hear when you're naked, tell you that you're currently suffering, that you cannot breathe, that it's too cold, that it's too hot. That's wrong, man. There needs to be some expression of this. I would also make sure that we get some glasses. The glasses we already have, but I mean a cartridge for that, which lets you see thermal energy. Because, I mean, this is a game, I mean, we had that in Splinter Cell of all games, that you could see thermal energy. At least it was faked, of course, but it worked. It was very realistic, was useful. And in this game we actually have that information. It reminds me of science fiction films and shows, where always you have in your habitat or on some corridor or in the spaceship on the wall, you have some panel with some buttons, colorful, and I don't know what people find with the LCARS, graphical user interface design of Star Trek Next Generation. I never liked that. I mean, it's not bad, but why is it so celebrated? I don't get it. Anyway, so we have that in science fiction shows, but we don't have the data. It's just fake, it's just for flavor. Here, we have that information, but the information is not being utilized. Yes, we have the tablet, and there's a table with a tablet stand that you can have, but we don't have a wall-mounted tablet holder. That's ridiculous, man. That is so made for that. That has to happen. Yeah, and I would prioritize stuff like that. I would make sure that we get that. I mean, that's certainly easy stuff, because they have demonstrated that. I mean, I would have been convinced that it's easy stuff before that anyway, but they have demonstrated that it is easy stuff to do by giving us recently, like 3 or 2 months ago, the fire extinguisher holder, which is part of the kit locker, and similarly the gas mask and the gas mask holder. So why not have a tablet holder, where on the wall you can see the atmospheric composition and all of that stuff? That would be so right. Man, god damn it. Yeah, for those who doubt it, you can place the tablet in the tablet stand on the table, and it will not just be charged there, but yes, it can be on. You can see the atmospheric values. Yup. Huh. Don't mind if I do. Make sure that we get a hotkey was toggling the mode of the... Oh, I cannot see that now. The mode of the drill. By the way, they changed the drill slightly yesterday or today. It drills a little bit more. Maybe you've already seen that a little bit more is being removed when we drill around us, particularly in front. so that it's smoother, so you get more drill out of your drilling. The flattening option has been left unchanged. That is still the way it was. See, that's what the flattening option does. Just makes sure that the level on which you are will be the level that the drill achieves. Never really needed, but yeah. I would like that option actually to dig slightly deeper than it does. Maybe that flies in the face of how it's implemented, so then you would be walking on a lower level and blah blah blah, I don't know. But if you would be standing on a surface of frames and you would be trying to drill all the dirt away using the flattening option, that wouldn't work. And I think it should be adjusted so that that would at least happen. You know, you get a flat surface on level on with the frames when you're at the edge of the frames and outside of them. But on the frames, it would make sure that the soil is being drilled away so the frames are clean. I like the new drilling thing. Also makes it somewhat faster. Yeah, we're in a crater. Any way you slice it, there's always something in the way. They also changed something about distant terrain, how it looks and such. And yesterday, no, 2 days ago, I recorded all the footage for that long video project that I'm also currently working on that I told you about. Damn! I don't know how much better it would look now. No clue. Wow, the moon rounding actually makes it impossible for us to see past the crater wall. Oh, there's something. Do you see that line over there? What is that? What is that? Oh, maybe I'm currently seeing that the current beta has a bug when it comes to distant terrain rendering that we didn't even notice. Oh. That's not nice. Huh. Yeah, well, I played also around with gravity when I was making that new world, and this one is set to -1 or -2 or whatever. That's the vector addition that they do so that you fall downwards. But I was actually setting it to -20 so that when you jump up and jump down, it is almost like in real life on Earth with the speed, you know. But when you set it to 30 or 40 or whatever, when you jump up and down, then it will already damage your suit. You jump and then you suffocate, basically. Yeah, that's a bug, man. Okay. Oh, this will take. And there we have a rendering issue. That thing should not be visible through the terrain. That's a distant star. Oh, there's a station. You can see very far. Cool. What?
Suit damage.
The fuck? I braked. You saw me brake, didn't you? Apparently I didn't brake fast enough. I almost knew that we would need the fucking duct tape now. Yeah, I have some copper. I can smelt that already. Pretty cool that we have this gas simulation that currently the suit is actually leaking something, so it would add to the surrounding environment. Why haven't I closed that yet? I don't know. We could actually have a proper closed station here now. Well, let's first fix the suit. As always, only when the progress bar is full or when you release it, it actually takes effect. So that's why I'm doing some small gulps before actually, you know. Alrighty, so that's melting. Is everything closed up in here now? Maybe we should do the awkwardness avoidance trick. That is the crowbar. Yesterday I saw The Accountant again, the first one, and then I found out that the opinions are actually torn on that film and that the Rotten Tomatoes critics score is actually pretty low, like 40 or 50%. That was news to me because I thought this film was celebrated by all for being so fucking great on all fronts. But then I realized maybe you have to watch it multiple times so that you get the... I mean, I watched it multiple times so that you get the concepts, how nicely the whole thing weaves. I mean, some things that might be superfluous. I mean, on the wake, why was there this punch out and then shoot out and then someone died? That seemed a bit weird, but in principle, yeah, let's give it that. But it was, I mean, J.K. Simmons, for example, god damn it, that guy can act. That guy makes you feel for him. Awesome. And then well, I wanted to say something, but I will not, and I will just stop and not say what I didn't say. Because I wanted to avoid spoilers. Yep. Is it on? No. Yeah, let's close up the station. This should be working now. Pressure is increasing. Yep. Pressure is stable. But too low, isn't it? 22. Yeah. Works. Neat. Map. Do I want to go drill some more? I think so. Well, we still have sunlight, so that should be working. Make the furnace, please. So, I have learned that once you have reached terminal velocity, you take quite a while to brake. Maybe I should have pumped up the power of my jetpack. Some people don't do that or know that. So if you get the thrust up, this means that if there's a storm, not on the moon obviously, then you might actually stay in place. And you have more power to fly against it, and you have more insistence to stay in place, and I believe that if you would be falling, it would also brake you faster, so it's just stronger in every regard. Which will then of course use more gas when it's on.
Hydration critical.
Yeah, what about levitating empty voxels? Is that still a thing? I mean, it is, yeah, sure, but how drastic of a problem is it still? Okay, that's a pretty big one. I think the extension that they just did, goddammit, I need to drink something, with the area that is smoother when you drill with a drill, also took care somewhat of the problem of levitating small pixels. Because it's super unlikely that you would actually have some. It's very, very likely that you just dig everything away, including the rest. Yeah, so that's the new terrain. We're still with some rendering issues. Should have recorded that footage now, right? Because I think the terrain now has better rendering, I guess. But what about the distant terrain? That looked wrong here. And also, I mean, this is an early access game. It changes the whole time. And it took me a long time to record all that footage, man. Yep. It took the whole day, basically. And as for the hello, you can now play on the moon and so forth video that I'm making, which will only be like 3 minutes long, I now have like 30 seconds, and that took me 1.5 days because I was getting some good background, and then I had to take care of frame rate issues with the footage material that I got. Then I needed to time stretch it because I wanted to do something with it that I couldn't. For that I needed a new project in which I blah 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 blah, and then I had to AI upscale blah 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 blah. But what I have so far feels very good. I mean, it's like, wow, it's a kiss. It's really, really great. Hopefully the rest of the video will be good, and I will utilize lots of the footage here and also the station here. I mean, there will, for example, be some. We will be flying over the landscape slowly, of course. I don't need that. And then I will accelerate that video material, so that you have a fast zoom over the entire moon, and then there's suddenly a station and such. I will of course not record that as part of this video here. No, that would be stupid. Here I'm laying the groundworks, aka I'm making the station. Well, the ore distribution has changed. They have implemented some kind of tree concept so that ores can now be long streams, or like pearls from here to over there, also diagonally. They can also branch, and you can define all of that in a rather complex way. I haven't seen the details of that yet, but it is possible now, and you do that all with XML when you define your world. Yep. What is XML anyway, for those who don't know that? Well, do you know HTML? That's what it is, basically. And if you don't know HTML, let's just say we have a text file in which we are telling the computer, here's text, and here I want the text to be a bit bolder, and here there shall be a headline, and stuff like that, you know? That's basically HTML. So there you would have, I'm explaining it for dummies, alright? So, I mean, I made the website for our company 1996 or so, yeah. Or 7? It was 1997, I think. With a Perl web shop, actually. No, not the company Perl or something. No, the language. Those were the days when we didn't yet have PHP. And so forth. So HTML, just basically a text that you can read and edit easily, but at the same time you're telling the computer stuff. In a way it's like programming, it's like source code, a little bit. And I was completely fascinated by HTML originally because I found it awesome that it could link from one text to another. That you could write some text and then you just type some little thing in there, you know, with the less than character and an A and the greater than character, and then you give the URL or the name of the text file, and then you're there, just like that. You can click on it. That was awesome because I was writing text, all kinds of stuff, stories and information texts, and I wanted to network that to be able to get from A to B, and now I could. Also, I could be as elaborate as I wanted to be, I just couldn't do that in that particular place. These days, when I do HTML for such purposes, I do that differently. I just make basically a small print text that you can still easily read, that is folded. And then the large print text, or the normal rather normal size text, that's the one that leads you through the entire thing. The entire, I don't know, whatever is being documented or described there, and then you can unfold something to get the details. So, but only one level deep. It's not a fractal.
Hunger caution.
Well, an XML. Why is it called XML when it's HTML? Because it's not. See, it's simple. HTML is XML, but XML is not HTML. Okay, that's bad use of language. Better way to say it is the overarching set is XML, and that set contains many things. For example, HTML. So HTML is a special flavor of XML. And XML is the concept where you have the less than character and then some keyword and then space and then some parameters or not, with quotation marks and the format and the syntax and then the closing and so forth and so forth. You have seen that, right? I mean, who hasn't seen HTML these days or XML? So the XML files that describe a world, they have just some text in there saying the sun is of this type, the gravity is of that type, and you can just go in there and edit that. And well, something I found when I was making this world was that apparently Rocketworks hasn't yet implemented that correctly, but that will come surely, because I mean, see the way that in your Stationeers installation tree, there's an executable file that's called Rocket Station Exit. It's too loud. And actually I recommend that you start that instead of starting it with Steam, because when you start it with Steam it will always check your Steam Cloud, even if you have turned off Steam Cloud for the game. Now of course if you want that, fine, but I don't want that for myself. I've turned off Steam Cloud for this game. And I have like 16,000 save game files, not save games but save game files. And that takes a shit ton of time to start Stationeers every time when it checks all those files against the cloud, even though I've turned off the cloud. That's a bug in Steam. I mean, it's not a confirmed bug, but to me it's confirmed. If I turn off Steam Cloud, then I don't want Steam to check my files of this game versus my cloud files of this game, because I've turned off the fucking cloud ban. That is a bug in my eyes. I can also already gather the material for the furnace, for steel. Nice. And somewhere in that installation tree there's example mod.zip. I think that's the name of it. I mean, now that you've heard it, you will be able to identify it, even if the name is very different. It is something mod something zip in there. In that file there is, well, there's a mod. Now you might say, mod, that sounds complicated. It's not. It's just, see, in some location on your computer, there is the Stationeers data tree. It's not the installation tree, but it's where the data is stored, your save games and the settings and such. And there ought to be a folder called MOD. Or is it MODS? Sorry, I don't know, but that is exactly documented in that in the short, very short README file that is in that zip file, so you can look that up yourself. And it's sad that Rocketworks have not bothered to create that folder from the get-go, so that you know where it has to be. Why don't they do that? And also, why don't they just unpack their example mod there also? That would make more sense in my eyes. But maybe that's one of those nice to have. No, it's actually beyond nice to have. They want this game to thrive. For that, they have made it very moddable and wanted to be easy. Wanted people to easily mod it. Particularly now that we have the new terrain system, which is also mods when you then make a new world. So they should make that as easy as possible, but they have not. They should be, this mods folder should be there from the get-go, and the example mod should be there from the get-go, so they can try that out and they can see its structure. They don't have to unpack anything and so forth and so on. That's what I would do if I would be swooping in with a few $1,000,000 in my suitcase. I would say, okay, people, this will of course stay your project, but some things need to change around here. One is the amount of people working on it. The other is the pace, which is the same topic, and the third is some things that are sorely missing just have to be in there. The hotkey for changing the drill, which will be the same hotkey for switching over to a different switching between the advanced tablet chips, and there's also the Dust Devil, which you can suck up some liquids. That also has a suck and a blow option, and particularly for that thing, where you would probably often have to switch, like take it from here, put it over there, take it from here, put it over there. That hotkey is so very needed, but then they just implement that thing overall like I just described, but they don't have a hotkey in there. That is so half-assed, man. And I mean, you could say, well, then everything would have to be implemented very, would take a long time to implement. I mean, when is it really 100%? But that's what I'm saying. This thing is now exactly below the threshold of being sufficient. The threshold of sufficiency would be once it has this, this hotkey. Then it is sufficient. Before, it is not. And this hotkey would help multiple aspects of that thing. And so, I mean, they should really do a sufficiency pass. They should really look over this thing, so where is it still broken? For example, in the main menu, when I turn down the main menu music, it is quiet. But when I enter a game session and then return to the main menu, it's no longer quiet. The slider is still at the bottom, but the music is now playing. My assumption is it's a very simple state machine bug, as in when you slide down the slider and reach 0, then it will say, okay, I will not just set the volume to as low as I can, but I will also turn off the music playback itself, which saves you some processing, I guess, and well, also see, Stationeers, as opposed to basically 99.9% of the games out there, has proper volume sliders. See, the volume sliders that we get all the time is where you slide it down to like this level, and it still sounds almost exactly like this. Because these people are too stupid to do some, I mean, 99% of the developers out there, including the developers from Valve and YouTube, they're all too stupid. That's just what it is. Because it's on display, it's obvious, has been there for years, everybody can see it, it's tangible. And there is something like an official decibel calculation formula, which I suspect that the Rocketworks team used, and that formula will not get you to absolute 0 audible volume when the slider is at mathematical 0. So I suspect they're using that formula. Oh, that looks neat. And then when it reaches absolute 0, they actually turn off the music actively. But when we return to the main menu, then they say, okay, now we need to play the main menu music, not considering that the slider is at 0. So that state is being set incorrectly. The logic of that setting that state is just incomplete. And that's still wrong, man. I want that to be fixed. I want that to be fucking fixed. I'm basically suffering, in quotation marks, it all the time. When I'm trying to record something and, well, that didn't work out, let's try again or something, then I go back to the main menu, obviously. But this means that for the start of the video now, the music will be quiet in the background. So I have to go to the settings, grab the slider, turn it up, turn it down again, so that it has a value change. That's annoying, man. Well, and that's completely unnecessary, this thing with the state setting there. I mean, I'm not saying they shouldn't do it. I'm not saying they shouldn't set the state there. Let's make the atmospheric sprinters? No, that would be the pipe bender.
Hunger critical.
Yeah, I would also change this search here, so that it's more flexible. You might think, okay, then you get too much spam. How about you have some kind of purity thing here? You can search for the name, but by default this checkbox will be checked, so you will also search for context. And there might be a wider context, like the description text or whatever. It's just, I'm just spitballing here. Hydraulic pipe bender. We need gold, iron, and what else do we need? Iron. We need more iron. Okay. Let's drink something already.
Hunger caution.
Okay, we need the gold for that, right? But we don't need much gold for that, so let's get that gold. The sun is now no longer high enough, so let's work on this thing here. You might think that's cheating, but only if it is really cemented and normal, and it is, that the world timing is so super fast. So that me turning it this slow indeed feels like a change, like something that is off, like something that is not normal. When the truth is, of course, it's normal. Oh, right, that was discharged. Oh, it's charging. Alright. But I mean, it should be normal that the world timing is slower. 200 minutes might be a bit big, but then again, this game is a simulation game. It simulates a reality. And it is more realistic if it's slower. You might now argue, well, a day on the moon is like 1 month or whatever, or whatever it is. Actually, I'm shamefully not aware of how that should work here. I would have to do some thinking, and I don't have the time for that now. But anyway, it feels better if the day is not day-night, 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 day-night. Stop demonstrating your capabilities to me. In Fallout 4, when you were turning down the speed, you were also getting much longer of these radiation storms. So there was a real survival issue, a real otherworldly experience, not just some effect for some short moments. That was so much better. I can only recommend it. But too bad, Fallout 4 pretty much sucks. I know I'm probably playing it wrong. It's probably my mistake. I'm a hoarder. I'm taking everything with me, and then that doesn't work, and then I'm cheating so that I can carry like 10 gigatons of stuff, and then I'm carrying all of that, carrying it back home, and letting it stay there. At some point, I would then dismantle that to get some resources to build something and so forth. It's my fault, I guess. Might really be it, you know. But well. Somehow the game should maybe guide you as to what is and isn't a proper way to play it, so that you have fun. Now, I mean, as a more sophisticated player, which I would be these days, would probably detect that themselves, but the idea should certainly be that you don't have to be a sophisticated player to find fun, particularly in a mind-numbingly, stupidly simple game as Fallout, you know. Yeah, looking forward to more realistic games where you have gun mechanics, like you have to slide it back and so forth. I know this exists already in Abiotic Factor? No, that was not it. What was the thing again? Where's my channel? There it is. Yeah, Skin Deep. I have 2 playthrough videos on my channel. Viewed very few times, and even with some downvotes. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with people. There's even a video where I'm saying, don't watch this, I'm just venting here, la la la. So people watch this, then downvote it. These people are of course stupid, because I told them not to watch it, because it is just this and this. Then they watch it and are disappointed. Yeah, sure. Anyway. So Skin Deep is a pretty cool game. With some vent crawling and some stealth and lots of gadgets and gimmicks that you can use. Reminds a lot of Deus Ex from that perspective, at least. I can recommend it. It's really fun. You should take a look at it. I have some playthrough video, and there's better videos to really learn what the game is about, because the playthrough video takes a long time. You want a 5-minute review, right? I'm also thinking about doing some review videos for games to really as compressed as it can be, while at the same time still digestible. Like 1 or 2 minute reviews, you know, really punch right into that. I want to know, give it to me straight. Need, but that's not something I haven't even started with yet. And I don't know. The key problem there is which game. What game should I use there? Because, I mean, games that I know well enough to make such a good review are out for a long time. Okay. And other games, maybe no one really cares about those, like for example Skin Deep, who knows. Yeah, maybe I should actually do a Skin Deep review. That sounds good, that's a good idea. So I have Trello here. English pipeline, add card, skin deep turbo review, enter, done, and that's how you do it. Do we have some sheets? We do. Right. What's happening? I'm making doors? What? Oh. Well, I mean, doors are not the stupidest thing to accidentally print, so it's fine. This is fine. Right. Okay, now we want the other two printers, and I think I'm gonna be funny about that and rotate them, so it's not so boring. That needs to be dealt with. Should make some lockers once I have the materials. And I have some... well, let's just plan some steel smelt here. Because I'm gonna have that soon enough. Coal. I don't have enough coal yet. Maybe let's make a lot of steel while we're at it. Yep. Air pressure, 34. That's not enough. Maybe there would have to be some gameplay elements in Stationeers that require you to look at a wider scope, which the terraforming thing will certainly do. But I mean more like that. The terraforming expansion, which is all but done, I mean they're very far with that already, will not come out before Stationeers version 1.0, which is still a few years down the line. That's the plans that they have, and yeah. Okay, what's the next step? I need to set up the furnace. Where will I put that thing? Not here, so let's put it here then. That's exactly right. That's exactly not right. Oops. Classic. That's correct. Yeah. Okay. Do we have some gas in here that we don't want? No, I didn't use the mining charges, stupidly. Pressure is still a bit low. Could use some more. But I don't want to waste all of that stuff. Need some volatiles too. Oh, we still have enough. Well then, be my guest. Though, what is the temperature? The temperature is 18 degrees already. Now it's lowering, that's good. I need some cooling system. For that I need this to complete the furnace. How many do I need? That is smelting. Then we have the electronic splinter. Now we need the tool manufactory. And iron and copper. Need more copper. Okay, let's feast a bit and go mining some more. And this time I hope I will think of using these things. That's enough. Famous last words. Okay, now my own battery. Where's the sun? Sun is still fine, we're making 300 watts. Copper. Save. Alright, maybe I could do this now. So we need some volatiles so that I can fire up the furnace. I need lots more copper and definitely more coal. Silver is a good thing to have once I start programming. Yeah, starting this crater was pretty helpful. Because everything is here, or maybe they... See, for some time, like 3-4 weeks ago maybe, they had the world definition of the moon so that the craters would have gases, and outside the craters you would find iron ore and all that stuff. I think it was not a hard separation, so maybe that's really the same situation that we're experiencing right now, who knows? And that's nice. Gold and copper. Okay, how do you make a mod? Well, there's this zip file in the Stationeers installation tree. If you unpack that, you see in there the README file, which you don't need, it's information for you, and you see a folder that is called, I believe, example mod. What you have to do now, and that's written in the README file, is you have to create a folder called mods or mod, I'm not sure, I think it's mods, right next to your saves folder. Next to is supposed to mean the folder in which you can see. Your saves folder is the folder in which you also need to be able to see the mods folder. And into that mods folder you then unpack that mod, and all of your mods will work like this, be they terrain mods, I mean be they world mods or be they anything else. And once that's in there and you reboot your game, you will have here in the... oh, right, I cannot access the workshop button right now since I'm in the game. You will see that listed, and then you can checkbox that. I think it's even checkboxed, checked from the get-go automatically. And it needs to be... See, there is an order of loading these things. Let's say there's a word. The word refers to a world, and if that word is already taken, then if a mod comes along, uses that same word, it will replace that. I cannot give you a concrete example for this. I'm just, describing the general concept. The concept is if there's something defined already, and you are coming with a definition that would, keyword-wise, replace that definition, that is what it will do. So the order of events is important when you're loading mods. Thankfully, that is easy now, because I had a bug in there that was in the beta changelog reported like 2 months ago, I think, where the order was inverted. So the list was not being loaded top to bottom, but it was loaded bottom to top. But now it is top to bottom, so it's pretty intuitive. The first thing that is loaded is the core, that's the game itself, and then you can add your worlds to that, and therefore thus, for example, change you know, whatever is defined there. Because see, the XML is basically one global file, even though it is many files. How does that work? Well, it has to do with namespaces. It's like when you're on a certain website and it has a certain, you're viewing a certain document on that website, that's just the local space in which you're clicking around there, right? But as you know, that is happening in a global space. So this is funny, right? I mean, this www. That's 3 syllables each. That's 9 syllables. But World Wide Web, that's 3 syllables. So saying World Wide Web is shorter than saying www. So you have to say World Wide Web, Google.com, and so forth. That's your global namespace. And in that global namespace, you find everything. And in that same way, I'm pretty sure, I mean, in some regards I know it's the case because I've witnessed it, but I'm pretty sure that's generally the case in Stationeers, that you also have a global namespace, which is then created by the things that are written in the XML. See, the XML would say, for example, worlds, and then within there it would say world name Earth, and then within there it would say celestial bodies, and then within that it would say Mercury, and within that it would say diameter this and this, and so on. I'm just winging this, what I'm currently telling you. It's not actually like this, not precisely actually like this, but kinda like this. So you're browsing directories in a way, and also defining directories. And in this way, since that is a global namespace, you can also change basically all the things that are XML definable of the game. Let's find some copper and use explosives. You can do that in your mods. So you load one of your mods, and then you can write into any aspect of the entire namespace and define whatever you wish. So that isn't that file that you're loading there isn't the world modding file. It is. I think that's the way it is. So sorry if the information is not entirely correct, but that's the impression I got. Ah, yeah. Yeah. That was good. Ah, look at that, it's a tool. And another stack is full. Yeah, well, who needs a stupid pickaxe? Just forget about that stupid pickaxe then. But does that help me? Do I have... Oh yeah, I do. Ah. Maybe we should print another mining belt, huh? Oh no, a mining backpack, of course. And I can get another slot by using the last banger that I have from that stack. Iron? Yeah, iron is cool and all, but I would like to get some more copper. Oh, we still have those patterns. See this moire effect there? But maybe that's just a matter of my anti-aliasing settings of the game. Basically my fault, so to speak. Who knows? Copper, yeah, that's what I wanted. Oh, that was exactly enough. Okay. Yeah, and now what? Okay, I'm full. Let's go back then. The amount of material I would get by using these mining chargers would be greater than the one slot that it frees up. Also, it's a tool slot I'm currently using there, so I can see my station from here. Nice.
Air tank low.
We can see so far, it is so smooth. Copper, I believe, is my primary concern. Okay, do I have some pipes on me? Nope, good. That would have been wasted space. Alright, how old is the video now? It is, okay, almost 2 hours already, god damn it. Time's fleeting. And all I will have is this little glass box thing to fly over. This takes such a long time, but that's the thing. Currently, I'm trying to get somewhere, which means that I experience it as slow. But normally, you're not trying to get somewhere, you're trying to enjoy the moment of Stationeers. Also, starting a new game all the time, that's not the goal. You would rather keep going. Maybe I should rotate the solar panel some more. So with the tool manufactory, I will... Well, let's make already some lockers. I'm not sure what I wanted to do out here. Right, I wanted to take the pipes and continue building on the furnace, which I hereby don't. Damn! Tool manufactory. I think we can make that now. I had a lot of copper on me. It's probably buried somewhere here, as per usual. I should close the wall, basically. I don't have the respective materials
Air
yet.
tank critical.
Right.
Waste tank critical.
Uh-oh.
Air tank critical.
Damn it, what did I do? Okay, there's a lot of O2 in there. Not good.
Air tank critical.
Yep, I now have some nitrogen. I just botched my gas here. I've just, there's some, well, it's not poison, but at some point it's relevant to breathing mechanics. Alright, that's the way it is then. So I now have 2 air tanks. Huh. Do I have the pipe bender? I don't have iron? Of all the things. Huh. Yeah, it's a bit awkward. Pressure 70 kilopascals is fine. But okay, let's just open the fucking canister. What? Right. Now I remember what I want to do. Get some power. Which means that I basically have a general problem. No, I have this generator I could actually whip out. Uh-huh. Okay, that's a different kind of problem. Now I have to cable that up accordingly. Is there any cable problems here? No. You must not cross the streams, you know. So this should be producing now. I don't see any power coming in though. I don't know why. Why isn't this working? Must have forgotten a cable. Oh yeah, there is. Yeah, and I would make sure that they get the this auto-rotate thing right, because there's still so many missed opportunities to optimize that for better user interface workflow. So unnecessary, really. But all of that's just fantasy. Because I don't have that possibility, right? Well, who knows? I mean, for now I certainly don't. But I mean, some of you know that I'm planning a Deus Ex remake on par, if not above, well, probably way above, because it's going to be a few decades until it even starts, possibly. Deus Ex 1 remake, which will mainly be an experimental platform, and for emotional and nostalgia reasons, I'm doing that. Yeah. And we might think, well, you don't have the resources for that. I mean, who does? It costs millions and millions to do such a large project. And also there's the problem of rights, you know, maybe someone is sitting on their copyright, and so you can't make the fucking game, or you cannot publish it, or even if you do that as a mod for free, which is what some people do out there, and I'm thanking them. This is the way the world, this is the way the game of reality is supposed to be played, man. Thank you for that. That's just the way it is, man. That's the way. Even if I would do that, they could then say, okay, shut this down. You're not allowed to publish this. This is our intellectual property, blah, 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 blah. And some do that. And then you have to live with that, which sucks. but that's the way it is. But all of that, it will be solved. That is guaranteed. Nothing will stand in the way of that. I needed iron. I have iron. So let's make a canister, just in case. Then make a pipe cowl. And make a valve, for which I will need copper, I think. Yep. Is copper in the works or what's going on? I don't know. But okay, what I'm saying here is there's some other large-scale projects that I have planned. One of them is actually a platform for media. Not like... do I not have copper anywhere? Ah, there's copper, right, well, okay. I mean, currently, you have Netflix, which is a stupid-ass, idiotic fucking platform. And, well, we can brawl about the content all we want, but I mean, they do have some good content at least, which no one can deny. He's a jolly good fellow. Then we have Disney Plus, and then we have Amazon Prime. And Amazon Prime is a particularly fickle, stupid beast because, I mean, I don't know what Jeff Bezos is doing. I mean, kudos to what he has been doing, but he has fucked up so many things. That thing with Lord of the Rings stuff. God damn it! What the fuck? And some other things too. And what's with the new Lara Croft film that they are now supposed to be doing? I think that's not Amazon, that's someone else. Where it will be made by this Phoebe something Bridge guy who already fucked up Indiana Jones 5 so hard in the ass with a acid-clad burning steel dildo with spikes.
Hunger, caution.
So, god damn it, man. What are they doing? So there's all these different platforms, and where do you find the thing that you want to watch now? You always have to think of the platform. Then you have to cope with their stupid ass, fucked up asshole interface, and I say asshole again because, I mean, these people are just basically assholes. The people who design these interfaces, else the interfaces would not be that shitty. You can't tell me that a company with billions in the pocket, like Netflix, is too inept to pull that off properly. For example, one thing I want is I want to have my watch list. I want multiple watch lists as a possibility. Not that I will use them necessarily, but I want the option. And I also want multiple sort orders per watch list. So I can say manual sort orders, that's what I mean. So I can, for example, we have the list of things that, let's just think of these simple list of things that you have planned that you wanna watch. So electronics printer, copper. And Netflix always just reshuffles them for some stupid reason. And that's annoying. And they can keep doing that as long as I have the option to also have a manual sort order there. That I can say, okay, let's drag this to the front because I want to watch this soon. Why is that not a thing? I mean, it's one of the most obvious ever ideas for... God damn it, I thought I had pipes on me. For such a platform. Can I grab them through the wall? Oh, I can. I mean, you agree, right? I mean, or maybe you have never thought of it. Yeah, this is a general thing. I mean, this thing with the volume sliders that everybody fucks up. A big part of the reason why that is happening is that not just the developers are idiots, which they are, else they wouldn't fuck that up.
Hydration critical.
But also that the audience is, well, let's say, not too reflective of what they are experiencing there and what they want and what they don't want. Else they would say, hey, your volume slider doesn't work properly, fix that shit. If enough people would say that, they would do that. And if enough people would do that, then the entire industry would wake up and would solve that. Can I actually make some steel right now? I think so. No. Do I have enough coal? For 1 stack. I need more coal, man. But first I need to solve the problem with the energy. Electricity, I mean. We need to convert fossil energy into electrical energy, and for that we can use this thing. Yeah, I put this here. It's not ideally placed, but... Oh, I'll just place it here then. Why not? Just next to the airlock. Yeah. That's cool. And this is where the cable needs to go, yeah. Well placed. I will of course have to reconsider later, but that's later. How much later? 10 minutes? I don't know, whatever. Let's solve the immediate problem. So, one of the large projects I want to do a website that has all the current catalogs of all the... Where's my mining drill? Am I stupid? Where's it?
Power low.
Must be somewhere inside. I have to find it. Okay, let's swap that out. If I find the fucking drill, that is. Where's my mining drill? Damn. There it is. We're in the mining belt. Okay. So, we have how much coal? 50 here, to there, way too little. And since the sun is still out, I will now opt to get some more coal. Because coal is really what we need here. That is still powered, I guess, 89%, yeah, that's fine. Famous last words, do I have enough drill? Yes, I don't have enough space to even drill anything, so let's just toss all that crap in here. Can smelt that. The gases I cannot put away like that. Okay, okay, okay. Manufacturer's off, okay. Let's go then. Filters are good still. Let's smell some more stuff. Oh, do you see that? These polygon-like colorful changes there. That is probably some debug code that they put in there to highlight where some things are, so that they don't overlook them. I don't know. I'm just spitballing, but certainly that needs to go. It's a bug, and I have had that in my terrain footage gathering 2 days ago also. Pretty annoying. Okay, so I want to make a platform where you find all these things on Netflix, all the things on Amazon and so forth, and all of that of course regional. So if you do it in Germany, you have a different catalog, including the information whether the fucking shit is with the original soundtrack, because many of the things that we can find in Germany, American films for example, they are just in German. There's just no the English sound. If it were up to me, I would make it against the law, that you would just be prohibited from publishing a film like that on a streaming platform without its original sound. I would just make that illegal. I mean, it's not up to me to do that, but that's what I would do if I could. You know? Because there's just no excuse. You see, the thing is, there are some fees and some licenses and so forth, but how can the licensing fee structure in the world have become so perverted? And that's what this law would bring it back on track, right? Would it become so perverted that leaving the original soundtrack away and just giving you the translation, which costed money to make, that is cheaper? Excuse me. That will not fly. I mean, if it were up to me. Which it's not, I know. Need coal. So on that platform you would then have arbitrarily many favorite lists. Every favorite list would have arbitrarily many manual sort orders, and you would have very powerful search filters like full text search and a Rotten Tomatoes score and IMDb score and whatever else we can find there. You would be able to write your own notes and actually computer readable data like XML or whatever that you could attach to individual films. Like you could say, well, I've seen this on this date and on this date and on this date. That's also something I want. I mean, in my life, often enough, stupidly, the next day when I'm sitting in the office, I'm asking myself, hey, what film did I watch yesterday? I don't remember. That's pathetic that I can't fucking remember that. But it's a different climate, so maybe that's the reason. Anyway, I would like to have a log. When did I see this film first? When have I seen it again? That's the kind of life I want to lead. I want to have that data somewhere. You might think that's autistic or whatever, but that's I don't give a fuck what you think. It's if you think that's wrong for me to want that, we don't want it like that. Well, then you don't have to have it like that. It's called an option. It's an option. It's even so much an option that I have to add an e at the end. It's an option. Yep. Is there no more coal here? Nope. We have a lot of gold here. But we don't have coal. There it is. But that's not all. See, that's streaming. That's streaming media. What about three-dimensional films, which also exist? That's currently not so much a factor, but it will be. Once 3D films will become more or less the norm. Once it will become a normal thing to do. I mean, the entire world is changing, and you must be open to that. For example, you have to be open to the fact that in 10-20 years we'll be surrounded in many places by robots doing a lot of work or transportation and such, that will be indeed become normal, because at the same time AI has become pretty normal. You might think, hey, AI is not yet that far. Yes, I agree. I keep having problems with the simplest of prompts and requests. On the other hand, it is also already pretty sophisticated, and since I know how it works, I can tell we will be able to get that much, much better and better and better. And well, the sky is the limit, basically. Anyway, we have to mentally move with the times, and the times will change. There will be more 3D films, for example. There will be more games with virtual reality aspects in them. We will be using different kinds of input-output systems later, not just keyboard and screen and speakers and mouse. And all of that will change, and it will also gravitate, as in it will gather. Like we have gathered now around the concept of the smartphone. Basically everybody, in quotation marks, has one. In this same way, we will gather around the concept of augmented reality glasses or mixed reality glasses, which will show you a 3D overlay of the world, which will add it to the world, so you will not just live in one reality, but in infinitely many ones. And you can have your head-up display like you want it. You can even just tell the AI, hey, this game, Stationeers, look it up. The AI looks it up, watches a video or two of it, and then you say, okay, that head-up display that you have in there, I want that right now here. And then like a minute later or so, you will have that head-up display in your glasses. And that's how it will be. That level of convenience, that level of freedom, that level of capability of the machinery, that will be normal. You can lean into that. It will take some time, of course, until we get there. Anyway, so I want this website to be a manager for games, for films, for and so forth and so forth. For all those nice, or even for porn. I even want to go so far as to have that also have porn and everything. That would of course be in a different section, and you would have to be unlocking that explicitly and so forth. Basically, you would have to unlock that so explicitly that you can completely forget that it exists on there. But it is a completely normal part of life. There might be people who disagree. Well, those people are of course idiots. Therefore, it should also necessarily be part of this Omni manager thing. I have thought about some product names basically for that. The one that I'm currently sticking with is Cinematrix for that website, where you will have, well, the list of. But then you can filter the things that are available to you in your country, the things that are not available to you in the country, the things that are translated or are not translated. The things that you have seen or have not yet seen, or the things that you have not seen in half a year, or the things that have high rewatch value and you haven't seen it in this and this time, or this had this and this thing in its dialogue somewhere, or this and this guy is acting in there, or this is where that person had their acting debut, and so forth. All of that will just be part of your filter, and you will have all of that because that's what we want. See that I'm a very strong. I'm not saying, hey, look at my capabilities, but I'm saying what I do. The thing that I keep doing is I abstract. And what is the highest level of abstraction when it comes to what we are doing? Well, the highest level of abstraction, of course, and you could have thought that up yourself, is we want to do what we want to do. We want to achieve what we want to achieve. We want to set our will free. And what is it then what we want? Then we might be meandering around a bit, or like 5 or 6 abstraction levels further down, and think, yeah, well, Netflix should also have games, which it now has. You know, their own games there. I don't know who would say that. I was just trying to reach for an example. But that's not the proper way to look at this. The next level down from we want to set our will free in that direction would be, what about watching, enjoying entertainment, be it porn, be it games, be it films and such. And I'm pretty sure that in the future we will also have more films that are interactive. I know there have been experiments like that, but see, there's also much better nuclear reactor concepts these days than the boiling water reactor, which is the one where the water can be so hot that ultimately it even I don't know, thermolysis, I believe, is the term, when it's so hot that the hydrogen splits out. And that's bad. Anyway, we have much better reactors, molten salt, for example, as a concept that has many upsides. Why are these not the standard yet? Why? Because not only does it take a long time to build such a reactor, to build the entire facility, but also that when you do that, what are you doing? Are you starting from scratch? I mean, it's a hyper complex issue to do such a thing. And so what you want to do is you want to build on existing knowledge. And see, the industry developed in the direction of these boiling water reactors for the longest time. And this means that is the knowledge that we have. If you want to do something new, you have to weigh the thing with you have to get the permits to build that thing and the terrain to build that thing on. You need the materials, you need the knowledge, you need the people who build that for you. All of that needs to be planned. It's a mammoth task to plan such a thing. And so if you can take out a couple of such factors by just building what we know, for example, that has been proven to work nice and so forth, then that's what you do. And in the same way, when we think about, I don't know how exactly I was getting there. Was it this website thing? I think so. In the same way, I need more coal. In that direction, we would think, yeah, how Netflix should have, maybe should also have games, and maybe we should have blah 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 to make that slightly better. But that is meandering around in the low abstraction level of this entire pyramid of creation, where we are saying at the top, this is what we want, and below that we are specifying that, and below that we are specifying that further, and every step into the pyramid is all defining, for it contains all the rest that is below. That is why that step is so very important. Every little step down into the pyramid is important. That's also, I mean, the opposite is when you investigate the universe. Climbing higher and higher with your understanding gets harder and harder. Okay, we have a light rendering issue here. Gets harder and harder the higher you get, because the set that you're exploring there is more and more all-containing. So it's harder to wrap your mind around it. You need more knowledge of the universe to be able to get there. That is what that is, and it's exactly the same thing. It's not a coincidence. Set theory, man. That Anglo set theory is super important. Also, it's important when it comes to understanding AI and how far it can climb, and while people think it can only permutate what it has seen so far, bullshit. It can actually abstract. It can understand underlying fundamental concepts. Interestingly, that's the next AI that Elon Musk and XAI are working on. You know that I like Grok 3 a lot, which they made, which is very good. Today again I had an experience like that, where I was first using Google Gemini 2.5 Flash, the current Gemini Pro, current Google AI. I know they have a better one, which is the Pro version, which you can use on AI Studio a little bit, and then it tells you, nope, you can use that again in 6 hours or so. Anyway, and then I was using ChatGPT, and then I was finally using Grok, and Grok was just giving me the best answer, and right off the bat. I mean, Gemini, for example, was claiming that the film The Accountant 2 is only announced and doesn't exist yet. And then I asked it, well, how come I watched it yesterday then? And then it did some searching, and then it said, oh yeah, it's out yet, and blah blah blah. But anyway, the answer of it was not very good. The answers that it gives are good often, but sometimes they're just not. And also Grok fails sometimes, particularly the Android app is not that good. The answers there are worse, I believe. But on the web, that's pretty good stuff. And the 3.5 that XAI is now working on will actually ground its thinking in physics. It will ground its thinking in Newton's laws, in pressure, in gravity, and all of that. That's the idea, at least, because that is the ultimate truth of reality that no one can deny exists. And so everything that we know is derived from that, however distorted and perverted it might be in this realm down here where we, the humans, live, and basically are living in a realm of fantasy. I mean, can you, for example, I don't know, put out some kind of rubber suit or whatever and then walk the city? Yes, you can do that, if you like that. But people will look at you funny, and maybe ultimately it would come back to you as some kind of maybe you will actually get fired from your job as a very extreme consequence in the end. That might be something that happens. And I mean, first of all, whose fucking business is it to make such a decision? Is my body, or is your body, or whoever makes such a decision? but also I'm talking culture here. Yeah. What if there is like a city or a town or a state where that happens more than in other areas? Then someone who would do that would be less of an outlier when they do that. Now, what if there would be an area where that is done even more, which might be a thing that is not so much an outlier in the world because there are already areas where that is being done more. So overall, there could indeed be some center where basically most people are doing that, and that would be completely normal for you. And I'm just using some example. I was thinking about of Cyberpunk 2077, where many people are walking around in fetish clothes and stuff. So with that, I'm saying we are living kind of in a fantasy world here, where the things that are true and are definite, and that's the way it has to be, are made up. Of course, when it comes to that particular example I mentioned there, it's not that made up because there are practical concerns, like sweating and such, and hygiene, and how do you wash that, and so forth and so on. But in principle, it was just, you know, an example. You have to step back from that and not see the actual example I give, but what it is what it's supposed to represent. And then you see, indeed, there's a lot of arbitrariness here, and we will of course overcome that a lot, because the necessities, like for example a country has finite resources. This is to some people a mystery. Those are the people who run around with a sign saying there's enough resources for everybody, open the border, let everybody in. These people exist, and they belong in asylums, of course, because they are crazy. And not only that, but they're actually causing a hazard to the world. Anyway, so it's very obvious that we have some discrepancy there between the mind, the collective mind of politics and of the people, and on the other hand of the objective physical reality that we are all living in. And this is already hurting in the United States, for example, in Germany, in France, in the United Kingdom. In the United States is now finally doing something about it. Good. I mean, let's not get political here, but that aspect, seriously, you cannot just throw the money out the window and not expect at some point you no longer have money. It's logical. If that is beyond you, then sorry. Now, some people might conjure some thoughts like when it comes to overpopulation. That's also one of my nitpicks. We don't have too many people. We have too many people on this planet. Because I want all of us to have at least the living standard that I have. My own four walls, the warm and cold shower whenever I need it, not too hot in the summer, not too cold in the winter, always something to eat when I need it, fridge, space of my own where not people are stepping on my toes, where I can have my and so forth, a good bed to sleep in and so forth. I want all of that. I want everybody to have that. At least that. That should be the ground level. That should be that's the threshold between poverty and luxury. I'm living slightly in luxury in this regard. And that is the minimum level that everybody should have, is my view. And this is not what the planet can support. I mean, later, of course, currently politics and the people's choices and the industry and so forth, they are wasting resources left and right. And if that would not happen, we would have many more resources, and then maybe the people that are currently living on this planet, 8 billion is the number, even more now, could have that level of the living standard. But currently that's just not possible. And this idea that we just have to distribute the resources better. Dude, well, first of all, the resources, if you would indeed spread them around the globe, the resources that we have, so that everybody has the same amount, then everybody would have very, 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 very little. It would really just be survival, like being on a foreign planet and just having managed to have a food source. That's unacceptable, man. But also, the population keeps growing. For example, in Africa, the amount of people that are being added to the amount of to the population is the size of Germany once a year. 80 million people. God damn it, man. Anyway, so let's go back to Grok and so forth. It's just an example, but Grok 3.5 will supposedly ground its thinking in physical laws, basically. So, Elon Musk said that Grok is supposed to be a truth machine, no matter without bias and all that. Now we have seen some of the of the system prompts that they're using to control how the system behaves. And it was also saying, I don't know if that's still the case, but that was definitely the case at least a couple of months ago. It was definitely saying, do not report anything from do not report from news sources that talk negatively about Elon Musk or about Trump or about Elon Musk and Tesla. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was something like that. Now you might say, well, right there, that's not truthful. But my thought is that the world is currently so biased against Trump and against Musk that that if you try to learn from reality in the way that humans generally do, statistically, you know, like as in 10 people are saying this, one person is saying the other thing, so probably this thing that 10 people are saying is true. If you're doing that currently in the certainly distorted media landscape, I mean, be they right about Musk being an idiot and Hitler and Trump being a complete asshole and so forth, be they right about it or not, that is not the point here. The point here is that they are certainly biased. The amount of negative talk that I mean that's a thing that many people don't reflect. Can the news media tell you just the truth? No, they cannot. They cannot. Because let's take the example of Trump. Let's say he's a complete idiot asshole, and was always. But let's say that somehow magically he turned his ship around, and then his presidency, which has begun in January, which Google 2.5 Gemini Flash is still claiming is not true. Haha, I have that on video. Let's say that would suddenly be good somehow. Let's just say that. Just, to have an example. I could also use a different example. I just can't think of one. Obviously, my verbal output currently is very high, so the amount of thought I can put into it is very low. So I have to reach to the fruits that are closest to my current mind. So that's what I'm doing. So forgive me, or don't. But I won't forgive you that. Anyway, so let's say he would have been an idiot asshole the whole time, but suddenly this presidency that he began there, well, that was just alright, you know? Could the media that have been pushing down your throat, worldwide, in the Western world at least, all this time, that he's a complete, I should go in that direction, that he's completely wrong, could they now turn around? Could they do that? No, they cannot. Because many people some people would read and watch Fox News or Sky News Australia to have more right-wing leaning information and more pro-Trump and pro-Musk stuff, or you could basically look almost everywhere else and you would see contra-Musk and contra-Trump information. We're still talking ridiculous stuff about Tesla. God damn it, I doubled my Tesla position just a few days ago and it's now already in the plus. And this will so very skyrocket, man. I mean, all the people are saying Tesla will fail. They have no clue, man. They have the largest amount of EVs compared, for example, to other EV manufacturers, like Google's EVs. And the EVs cost $180,000 to make for Google. For I don't know, Waymo. What is that company's name? Sorry, I don't know. But the Google's EV company where they invested in, and they keep paying and paying and paying into that, while actually Tesla is making money with their cars. They're selling. They are taking them $30,000 to make, but they're selling them for $50,000 to $60,000. So they are making money with that. And when all the cars sold worldwide, and it is still the most sold individual car, period. Not just EV, but or maybe that was 2024 and is no longer the case. That may be so, but that means something. The Model Y, you know.
Power low.
That entire fleet can be turned into self-driving by software upgrade. Or maybe you have to add a camera or two or whatever, but that will be available then. And they've positioned themselves so well, and they have AI actually that is capable that they have made able to drive anywhere. Instead of using this, see how the way this Google company does it, you have to first create a map of all the places where the car could potentially drive. Oh, it's empty. Else it will not be able to drive there. That's ridiculous, man. So if something changes there, it will just no longer be able to drive there. It would then basically say, take over, take over, take over. Okay, you didn't react in time. I'm stopping now. And Tesla's vehicles,
Hydration critical.
they have the largest fleet. They're pumping out the cars the fastest. They can produce that much cheaper than the other leading EV manufacturer, which is Google's EV company. They have the best self-driving concept. They are using that very AI that they're using for the cars now in their robots. So they made the robot brain from that real-world knowledge. All the cars are gathering intelligence. Actually, in this case, the word intelligence is true, not just data, that feeds into the overall knowledge of the fleet. And that is in turn also used for the robots, and so on and so forth. I mean, the platform they have will grow in all directions. It will be kind of an explosion. And to say that that company is failing, I mean, if let's say there would be a Musk assassination. I mean, some fucking idiot asshole might actually do that and be successful, and that would certainly hurt the company much. That is one way I can see that company kind of failing, or at least being hurt extremely. But ultimately, if they don't fumble it, they have no choice but to be super ultra successful. I mean, people who don't have Tesla stocks currently, they are just not trading stocks, period. I mean, this whole... And now let's go back. I mean, basically everybody's telling you that that company is failing, but that is biased. These people are not telling you the truth. They're just touting... telling you information, so to speak, that is falling in line with the general flavor of stuff they have to offer. So they have to keep saying stuff like that, also to make you trade, you know, because when they tell you, well, you have to sell stocks now, or you have to buy stocks now, well, guess what? Someone's going to make money with that because you're always using some kind of service. Well. So they have advertisement customers, and a news company lives off advertisement. So CNN, for example, has to talk negatively about Trump and about Musk because they've been doing that this whole time. Maybe what they're telling you is also the truth. That may be possible. Just like the epistemology of Islam and Christianity is complete dog shit.
Hunger, caution.
But that in turn doesn't mean that that Islam is not true or Christianity is not true. But see, you have to consider these factors. You have to consider that CNN and such, they cannot just suddenly tell you that maybe Trump's presidency is awesome, whatever, because then many viewers, many readers, like maybe people who are watching this channel and are unsubscribing because whatever, that's just stupid, man, all of this political stuff. Anyway, they would just stop reading that, and this means they lose potential advertisement recipients, and so the advertisement companies pay less, and so forth and so on. That is how all of that is connected. Also, advertisement companies often have some kind of political leaning. Like when Budweiser says, hey, you have to be more woke or something. I just made that up. I don't know if they are like that. That is... well, then suddenly Budweiser or whoever will then choose to no longer have advertisements there, and there may be a big advertisement customer who pays a lot. All of these things have to be considered by the people who decide which news come out, in which order, and so forth. That is factor one, and that's the strongest one. And you have to consider that. And if you have not yet considered that, then sorry, you are slightly stupid. You have to consider that factor. Please consider it, man. I mean, the people who are telling you X, Y, Z, I mean, for example, if I would shut up about all this stuff and would just talk about Stationeers, that would be better for the channel. But I'm telling you the things because I'm convinced of them, because I believe, I feel like telling you this. And so I tell you this. So I'm not telling that for advertisement customers and such. And it's pretty cool that I can just use music like from YouTube and such in my videos, as long as YouTube doesn't object that the copyright is not allowed. The copyrighted content is not allowed on YouTube. I first do a test upload of the respective song, you know. well, that my channel is not monetized. Because this allows me to use all that stuff without having to consider all this. I can use this. If the channel would be monetized, I couldn't do that. So I'm glad I don't do this. See, I'm not doing it for the money. I'm not doing it for the subscription. I'm doing it for the fun, for the truth of it, for the enjoyment, for the... and maybe making the world a better place also, which is an option, right? So that's factor one, that they have to consider all these customers. Factor two is that they have to that they have decided to be a news company, and so this means that you expect them to now have content. Like this channel also sometimes I feel, and I believe I feel actual reality out there, not just an emotion, like I feel that people are casting at me the will from the world. They're casting at me the will, hey dude, some video again, maybe, huh? Which I then have to somehow evade because I make the video when I feel like it and not when someone pushes me to it, but of course that factors in. Anyway, what am I saying? That the news company has to push out news 24/7. So, I mean, if I feel I want to say something, I say it. If they feel they want to say something, they may say it too, except for rule number one. But the problem also is that they have to say something the whole time. Even if what they're saying doesn't make sense, they have to cook up something new for sensation, for click. They have to do that. So how truthful is that really? How good of a source for facts is that really? And that's why the right wing, or the rather conservative, talks about so-called legacy media. Because that is the truth. These media have ultimately no future. Because of, I mean, the purpose that they have is to relay facts, to relay truth. But we're living in a world where that will become more and more relevant, that it's the actual truth. Because the ceiling of the universe, of the cosmos, is coming down. We are feeling that in everyday life more and more. We will all have to become more and more sane. This also comes into play when interacting with AI. Because you have to reflect, what is my will? And then you want to do it. That's what people have to do anyways. But then you have to do that more sanely, on a more higher abstraction level. Because the AI will climb and climb and climb. It will take away jobs. So you have to climb too. You have to climb with your understanding, with your abstraction level. And then of course you will not be run over by the AI, but instead you will employ it. You will have employees. You will tell the AI what to do, but this means that your mind has to climb. You have to climb to higher abstraction levels. You have to know more clearly how to phrase things, what it is that you have to tell so that the AI has enough context, and you have to know what you want, and you have to know what exactly has to be done. Not some small thing like can you turn the light on and such, that will be automatic, but complex stuff like, I don't know, develop the source code for me and such. And so this means that the truth, the logic, whatever really the ultimate... I mean, if we think about a logic, we're thinking, for example, about rules and set theory and what thinking is meaningful and that epistemology is important and the logical absolutes and all of that stuff. But there's also more we could think about, but generally don't. We could ask ourselves, what ultimately, on an isness level, on an existence level, is logic even? And I'm not saying that we are solving that problem right now, but I'm saying that that is a factor that plays a role in our everyday lives somehow, because we have logic. And in the same way, it's coming down, it's bleeding into the logic level that we can think about, like with set theory and such, and into everyday life. And all of that is coming down. And I believe that the truth of existence is bleeding into our reality more and more, and at an accelerating pace. And I believe that that is the actual apocalypse. And that's what we are experiencing there. And what we will be witnessing is that, yep, this is a theistic cosmos, and God is you. So, what's the next step? So we need some cooling, we need to make some steel. I could make steel right now. First I should print, we have the tool manufacturer here, I should print some backpack.
Air tank low. Air tank critical.
So let's do some stuff here. But now I have enough coal. This is not a complete stack. So let's prepare the smelt. What just happened? By the way, I believe there's a ceiling to how good AI can become, and that is based, though, in my theism. I don't want to go deeply into this, no, not at all, not right now. But I want to say that
Hunger critical.
something very interesting on the cosmological level that is probably true. See, currently we have planets and we have cells, and all of that is made of molecules and atoms. So we have lots of molecules. The atoms still exist. They didn't leave existence because we now have atoms. And the atoms, they consist of fundamental particles. Those also still exist, even though they are now, well, I would say mostly, I don't really know what the numbers are, found as part of atoms and molecules. So the fundamental particles still exist. Like up quarks, down quarks and such. So they didn't go away. And the mechanism that makes these fundamental particles come into existence, which is basically just space-time itself, which is creating virtual particles, which then collide again, so they annihilate each other. That also still exists. All of that still exists. What am I saying? I am saying that I am convinced that the universe at some point didn't have space. That the very first moment of the universe was not space-like. That space itself is something that emerged. And I'm saying that this spaceless situation is also still here. Why should it stop existing? Why should any of the components that upon which the universe emerged, building and building and building more, why should any of those components now no longer be there? And there's even some good reasoning behind that, not just wishful thinking. And why wishful? I will tell you soon. See, the universe is probably infinite. That has been measured. The measurement is not absolute, but science has refined those measurements over years, and every time the statement was the same, well, no reason yet to believe that it's finite, which might be ultimately the statement that it's infinite. Maybe there will be new ways of measuring such a thing in the future, but currently they can only go up with the precision, so ultimately the question whether it's finite or not will always stay open. but we know that the universe grows. So how can it be infinite if it grows? That's a simple question. That's just, you know, for low-level cosmology videos where someone tells you, well, it's speed of light, blah, 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 which I would sometimes do. I mean, of course, the universe doesn't expand outwards, but it expands in every place at the same time. It's the so-called metric expansion, and we know that it does. We have measured that, and the reason that it's not happening considerably here in our star system, for example, is because everything's being held together by gravity, or on the even smaller scales by nuclear forces and such. This is too cold, isn't it? Yeah. So the universe probably being infinite, let's say it is infinite. What does that mean? Does it mean the universe was infinite from the start? Yes, of course. The very first moment of the universe must already have been, or the very first space-like moment of the universe must already have been infinite, because it cannot expand to an infinite size in a finite time. If there's not some magical, whoop, now it's infinite, haha, digital. That's not how nature works, man. It's a flow. Let's make some battery. Electronic splinter. So we need steel, we need gold, we need copper. More gold. Oh damn.
Power critical.
I was so convinced that I had enough gold, actually. I guess I need to burn some coal. Oh. Well, and according to science, as far as I understand, the Big Bang is basically the first moment of reality that is space-like. So basically the transition from whatever the fuck it was in the beginning to now we have an infinite space, that transition, that is the Big Bang. Oh, I should have eaten something too, huh? Yep. Oh, I don't have any coal on me? Shit. Stupid. So if there's a transition from whatever the fuck it was at the beginning to space, then that would mean at the beginning it wasn't space-like, but it was whatever else it was. I think it's reasonable to assume that at some point in the beginning the universe didn't have space. And if that is so, then why should not this spacelessness also still be here? Because from the spacelessness, space emerged somehow. Like from the space, virtual particles emerge, and in the case of black holes, indeed, then allowed to let real particles emerge because the partners are being separated. That is Hawking radiation, because the black hole then is, whatever the logic there is, I don't know, actually losing mass because of that. And this creates the fundamental particles, which in turn form the atoms and so forth. The entire thing, the entire hierarchy that has built up to this level today, all the parts are still there. Why should spacelessness be the exception? And now, why am I talking about this? In this context, no, it's just I'm just talking. See, we know that quantum mechanics has spaceless effects. That you can entangle particles and then you can collapse their undefined state into a defined state, and then in consequence, not just one of the particles will suddenly have the defined state, but all of them will have one. Not the same, it's like inverted, I don't know, whatever. But it will be directly, logically tied to it. So that means that at that moment the universe is ignoring the fact that it has space. And that is something I have not ever heard discussed in science or by any by any news articles about science, and I don't get that. It seems so very obvious. I mean, there's quantum mechanical effect that is reaching into space, and mind you, that effect is taking place at infinite speed. It's taking place instantaneously. You might think that I'm talking bullshit. Look it up. Everybody knows it by now, basically. It is true. This is happening. Do I have enough gold? Yeah, sure. Oh, I don't have that much gold? Oh. I'm surprised. I thought I had taken so much with me. Well, then I can only make one battery for now. Else I have to go mining again. Damn it. And why does that matter? Whether it's based upon the spaceless parts. Well, one thing, maybe it allows us to understand how exactly it works. Two, maybe it allows us to somehow tap into that spaceless part. What if we could dive into the spaceless part with a hyperdrive kind of thing and then re-emerge in a different place? I don't think that makes sense necessarily, because in that moment we would have to abandon the concept of extent, the concept of matter, the concept of mass, the concept of energy possibly, and so how could that still be a spaceship coming out on the other side? I don't know, but I mean, if this simple concept of the spacelessness possibly being still there and then being possibly responsible for the spooky action at the distance, like Einstein called that, if that is so, then why would we not have much more mind-blowing insights a few years down the road? Where will I place the batteries? I could just place them out there. This one I do away with, and that one stays, of course, the airlock thing. Battery goes here, and I have to expand a bit, so I need some frames and steel and iron sheets. Yep. Oh, talking about steel, I need steel sheets to make the battery. But the baffling goes a bit further than this. See, and I mean the next thing I'm going to tell you, if you haven't heard that yet, and then you have heard it from me, because I'm pretty sure that no one else came up with this yet from what I've witnessed so far. Where's the other steel thing? Ah, there it is. If there is, basically in the background of the universe, something that is not spaceless, so then is necessarily omnipresent. I'm not going into the direction of theism here, though that kind of, I mean, I have enough reason to believe that. But anyway, then this means that everywhere in the universe there's a transition from the space-like situation, which is, well, we have to fly for a while to get there, from that situation to one that is spaceless. The spaceless situation would be everywhere, so there would be a soft transition or emergence or whatever, how that really works. Like the question is, how many drops of water, how many molecules of water do you need until you actually have a drop? When does the behavior of actual water begin and so forth? That's how the universe works with emergence effects. And so there's an emergence effects that led to there being space from spacelessness. And I mean, the really mind-blowing thing is that that would mean that the entire universe is connected. Every part of the universe is connected with every other part of the universe. And since all that we know of the universe is a logical thing, like this atom reacts with that atom, and you know, it has to do it like this. It is reliable, it's logical, and so forth and so on. Just like we know that, why should not the entire system behave in a logical fashion? Which it did, else space-time wouldn't have emerged. I mean, why should the universe suddenly no longer be logical, no longer be law-like? So far we have no reason to believe that, and so I think that would be down to the very last bit of definition of the universe. And now the big moment, now the big reveal. Doesn't this mean that the entire universe is orchestrated? That's what it means, doesn't it? I mean, it's even logical. It's not just a maybe. It's not a very hard logic, but it's up there. Seriously? No way for me to grab the motherfucker here? Oh. Huh. So we have to replace cables that are coming in here with heavy ones. Yeah, I don't have too many heavy ones right now. And I don't have extra gold, which is a bit baffling. I thought I had more. But I don't. And then the question is, what is the pattern? What is the system? And this now leads to, and that's not where this is not where I wanted to go, but I'm just saying it just seems logical to me, so I have to go there. And I believe that eventually mankind will go there too, once enough of the people have understood how this system works. And enough people, like science and so forth, have woken up to how this thing with the non-locality works. That we are living in a theistic cosmos. And I believe that there is indeed a limit to how well we can implement AI, because AI will always ever be a binary machine until we have quantum computers which do that, which is in a whole different kind of worms. I cannot talk about that because I don't have enough knowledge. Because it's utilizing the universe directly, which would kill the following argument. The argument being, I believe that we humans, when we think, our awareness, that requires indeed the entire universe. That we are spirits, that we are the God who turned himself into the coexistence version. So we are one being with many heads, so to speak, except the moment, the place in our body, which is the universe, where we become one, that place is as neutral as it can possibly be. Apart from the fact that it has to be the coexistence. But it is as neutral as it can possibly be. So we're truly separate, but we're still one, somehow. And, well, that makes this idea with the orchestration, makes it plausible to think of the universe as, as being a place where there's only where intelligent life only in one place. Here, on Earth, that there are no aliens out there. Because the universe's orchestration would, well, if the original thing was the mind, the awareness, you, basically, except then before the universe, and now we are re-emerging. This means that mind, consciousness, awareness is the project, basically. It is the weight where the universe strives towards. And once that weight has happened in some place, then the entire scales of the cosmic flow tilt over. Basically, this idea that the Earth is kind of like a spirit, like Gaia, that was probably true at some point. At least...
Power critical.
At least somewhat. Until then the higher life forms emerged and... Well, maybe the Earth is still something like that, but that's too esoteric bullshit. Come on, I thought that would do the trick. Damn it, now I have to actually kill that cable there. Okay, this whole theism thing, you don't have to give a fuck, but certainly you should consider why, because I want that idea to spread, because I think it's an important idea. This idea of spacelessness having been the state of the universe at some point at the very beginning, which is not so controversial, I guess, but this spacelessness still being here, right now, and therefore explaining the quantum mechanical non-locality effects. And this then also meaning, since everything in the universe follows some kind of law system, that possibly, or probably, the entire universe is somehow some kind of orchestra. That everything is connected with everything else in a logical fashion. But what logic that
Power
is,
critical.
we don't know. Would like that idea to spread. Anyway, so where are we? We have the battery made. I have enough food in me and water and such. There's enough gas in my tank. Maybe I should flush the suit while I'm at it. You might think this is unnecessary, but I'm pretty sure that I've observed and then later complained in the forum and then someone explains to me how that works, that the volume of your suit, where your air is, that volume is actually separate. The moment you open your helmet, it is closed off. So it is still, you know, if there's still a buildup of nitrogen in there, that's still in there. Which is of course stupid if that was so, I think. I mean, if you open your helmet, you know, and how does your hygiene improve if you open your helmet and walk around in your station if part of your body is still, well, in that sweaty cage instead of, you know. Okay, what's the next step? I need to burn some coal still. And we can make the station battery. Do I still have some welder fuel? I think so. Yep. Then I mean, I went indoors for some reason, I forgot. Yeah, probably because I need some more cables. Let's make some more of the classic cables, because they're really... I don't have too many of those. Oh, let's go! Look at that! So we can make a few more longer cables, heavy cables, I mean. Okay, so what would be the benefits of that one website to rule all our media needs? What would that be? Good thing you can close the ham without a battery. I didn't even consider that, huh? Well, see, that's... I was proposing that for a while and even sent an email to GOG, but they didn't give a fuck, of course. I cannot change anything in the world. Somehow my voice is just not heard, even though my voice should be heard, because I have some good shit to say. For example, we definitely need to need to change globally how elections work. Because for whatever stupid reason, we are voting for people, instead of voting for the things that we want them to do. If we would vote for the things that we want them to do, then in consequence, the things would happen. But these days, we are voting for people, and they promise us things that they will do, or that they won't do. Like, this is this, never, with me, not, haha. And then you vote for these people, and then they are in power, and then they can do whatever the fuck they want. They are not held to their promises. I mean, mankind, if I can speak to you as a whole, which I know I can't, but if I could, I would say you, mankind, are definitely very obviously stupid, because you want your will to be done, or some things not to be done, and to that end, where is the thing that I opened there? Ah, yeah, here we go. And to that end, you've, instead of deciding those things shall now be done or not be done, instead you vote for people who can then do whatever the fuck they want. How is that not utterly retarded? Retarded! This speaks of mental disability. This speaks of damage in the neurological system. This speaks of mass is insanity. That's the level of crazy that fucking is, man.
Power low.
So I proposed that to GOG. What did I propose there? What I proposed was... what am I doing? Battery goes here. Well, see, we don't have a central place for our games. And if they would make a central place for our games, then people would have an incentive to use their game client, which would then implicitly lead more people to buy their products, because people would be closer to that. But also, if there's a game client which makes it really completely irrelevant which platform a game is on, I mean mostly irrelevant, then you can do what you finally do what you want to do. What you want to do is, again, this is the problem of will. That's also one of the reasons that I think that we are indeed, I mean I have many reasons to believe that actually. I believe that we are in a theistic cosmos and that we are the one who became the many. And see, this means that between I am, which is before the universe, and we are, which is the outcome, we have to suffer through the absence of both. And this means that what we are experiencing for a long time is basically just a simulation of there actually being multiple minds. And this means that due to that being basically some kind of dithering effect, where sometimes someone knows something but then they don't think of it, and whatever, blah blah blah, that causes mental disability. And yeah, I think that's what that is. Oh, that cable doesn't fly. So a game client, when you want to play something, you don't want to go to Steam and click on the thing. Of course, that's what you do, and that's what you want to do in that moment, but you only want to do that in that moment because you have learned that to be the direct way to what you actually want to do. What you actually want to do is you want to enjoy yourself. You get home, for example, you want to play something. What is that you will play? Oh, who knows? We'll see. And how do you see? Well, you have 2, 3, 4, who knows how many game clients, and you have to look in all of them where you have that game that you were thinking of. Or you have to, you open that game client, then you find a game that you want to play, but maybe you would have to like play something else. With my platform that I want to do there, they will have all the videos and all the and so forth, all this stuff. Then you can just make a queue. You can just say, okay, this game, and then I play the next one, and then the next one, and then I watch that film, and so forth. Now you might say, well, this means that your queue will be spammed with games when you actually want a film. Want to watch a film. Hey, you haven't listened. If so, this is a straw man, obviously. Because I said that the entire filter feature thing will be available to you at all times. So you can say I'm drawing from the entire set of all things, or you can say I draw from just this subset, from this list that I made. You always have the entire filter features available. So you can just say I want to watch a movie. So your list of things to do next will then be folded together so that you no longer see all those games, you will only see the films. Awesome, right? I mean, it's so simple. Also, I was thinking about, in a similar way, I was thinking about browsers. Think about it. In the browser, we have multiple things that are very similar. We have the open tabs. We have the history. we have the bookmarks. All of that is somehow the same, just in different states. Like, is this currently memorized and so forth? Why is all of that not just somehow in one view? Am I the only one who has a fucking brain in this fucking world? It's ridiculous, man. Okay, now we have the batteries. Now let's take a look at the thing here. How hot is it still? 300 degrees, that's fine. But I want to make use of that stuff. So it is time to print some things. We are finally at that stage where we can do some more things indoors. First thing, of course, is let's solve the indoor-outdoor question by making the airlock less crappy. So what do we print? An active vent, actually multiple, because I will need active vent, ACET. It needs gold, okay. Ah, god damn it. I need gold. Okay, that is frustrating. But I happen to know that there's lots of gold out there, which was easy to find. So maybe I should just do a little excursion and get the fucking gold. I thought we could finally do some stuff. Alrighty, so we now have good power there. This thing is currently wasted. This is feeding from the batteries, but this up there is also feeding from the batteries, which is ridiculous. Maybe I can actually solve that just quick, so that when the day comes, yeah, the solar panel will actually be helpful. Speaking of which, let's turn the motherfucker around. So, I mean, see, if before the universe you were God, and the only thing that ever happened was your will, obviously. What else? Well, there's nothing else, there's just the will. And the will is all that exists. Still at this point, by the way. Anyway, oh, that should be diagonal. Then the big question that you should ask yourself is, what is your will? Not what is it infrastructurally, because it's probably unsolvable or a useless answer, whatever, if ever you find it. I mean, what good is it if I find the answer that I am God, and that you are God, that everybody is God himself, and we're playing this game here together, and the universe is forever, because this is heaven. Heaven in the making. Yep. And that's why I have high hopes for AI, because AI certainly is a wonderful factor in the universe, but it's pretty crappy, isn't it? It's still pretty crappy. So does this mean it will always stay pretty crappy? In this place? You think that? Uh-huh, interesting. Basically, my theism, you can take that to the bank. So, I wanted to rewire the thing here. So let's put some cables up. I don't think I have enough of those to do this, but I can at least start, so... So if will is primary, then you should be aware of what it is that you want. And incidentally, that's something I have been asked and had asked myself from, I wouldn't say early childhood, I don't remember exactly when that was. Maybe I was 7 or 8 or 9 or something when I started to ask myself, or maybe I was 6, I don't know, I don't remember. When I was asking myself questions about identity. Who do I want to be? What do I want to do in my life or with my life? What is it even to live? What is it even to be aware? And wicked stuff like that. Of course, I didn't find an answer. It was just, you know, but these questions are still big questions, for which I believe I have found an answer. Because I've just been searching for 40 years. I guess if you do that for long enough to find the answer. And then no one hears it, which is a bit frustrating. But if I'm right, then no one has to hear me. The world itself will speak. Nice. What just happened? Something fell in some place somewhere. Yeah, let's round that down. Or up, I mean, whatever. Okay, I think we are ready to leave. Battery, yeah, I need power. And now we need gold, 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 and gold, and gold, and we need gold, and gold we need, and we also need gold. So let's get the fucking gold. So it's interesting that we are now entering an age where reality itself, by means of the technology that we will use, which is an economic factor and a factor for your survival, for your job, that kind of stuff, that reality itself will ask us, what is it that you want? Thy will be done. Basically, reality is telling us, thy will be done. And that's basically the nature of reality. See, it's simple. Let's say there's this one mind before the universe. I don't know, I have some ideas of what the actual goal was for the endeavor of the universe, but let's say that the goal was to have many, which I believe it was not. I believe that was just a side effect, because, you know, abstraction and all that was just contained within the set of that which was to be achieved. But that's irrelevant now. Anyway, let's say the goal would have been to achieve many. How would that goal be achieved if there is only one? Well, plain simply, that one has to have the will that there are many. Now you might say, okay, that is how God does it. He just wishes and then it is, ha! No, that's not how it works. He would basically have to, or you, or he, shit, it, whatever, would have to push out the will. Instead of celebrating the will himself, he would have to let go of it. He would have to let it run away from him. Let it run freely, let it run wild, instead of holding it on the leash and define what it's supposed to do. Let it run rampant, and that's not how the actual algorithm works. I'm pretty sure I have the algorithm figured out, but I don't want to go there. The algorithm of creation, I mean. But instead, how would you in principle make multiple from one? Well, if the one is living will, then the way he can, or she, whatever, can make others is by saying, let there be will. But the will is the light, let there be light, you know? As in, give the light, give the will. As in, instead of celebrating that himself, he's holding himself back. One of the reasons, by the way, that currently the world is completely not saying in any place with some clear voice that there's a God and it's us. It's not saying that because we are still living through this long creation period where we all have to submit our will to the world, like he had to submit his will to the algorithm. The algorithm of creation. We had to just submit to it whatever the fuck it does. You couldn't control it. Oh, shit, I should have brought some energy. So these days, you can choose to be a loud motherfucker, or you can choose to be social. You can choose to take other people's stuff away, but then you will hopefully get your face punched in. You can choose to, what I'm saying is, we should try, and everybody knows that and reasonably strives to do so, we should try to live in balance with each other. So everybody kind of has some kind of circle around them, and you should not step over that circle unless invited. But that is of course just an incomplete metaphor. Ultimately, you can also draw a wider circle, where the demands that you have as to what shall and shall not happen within that circle is less defined. When it comes to your own body, you're the boss. There's not talk about abortion here. I have a video about that too, where I lay my position out on that. I think it's a very reasonable one. It's basically the one that science has. So a wider circle would be like in your immediate environment. When you're in the office, for example, you might be pissed off that the people are talking the whole time while you're trying to concentrate, but hey, that's part of the gig, so you have to accept to suffer through that. That's what I'm talking about when you submit your will. Instead of controlling reality, like before the universe, he would have controlled all of reality, as in all of existence, as in himself. Instead, you have to let go, let reality around you take shape, whatever shape it wants to take, because that's the only way to properly coexist. In this way, you're giving the others space, and so they can be. And in this way, very literally, I think, he or she, whatever, was, well, ultimately giving the light. So eventually this space had emerged, which then in turn let people emerge, and so forth and so forth. Basically, it is like this. The silence that he is being shaken with utter screaming the moment he starts creating the universe, because of the algorithm. And he has to, though, hold still and just let it be. Has to wake up again and again to this, just his stillness, but he cannot, you know. And so it bleeds outward, and then it calms down. The universe calms down from this utter noise, and then eventually galaxies and planets emerge, and I still need fucking gold. And things become calmer and calmer, and eventually so calm even that the awareness itself can emerge again in animals, and then in us, the humans, who can even self-reflect upon that. And so that's what I believe we are. We are basically the silence at the other end of the tree of life. The root was the decision, and then, well, in a way we are that root. But we can only be aware and active in the universe to the degree that submits to the infrastructure. You cannot go beyond that. But the infrastructure now has developed so far that we can become aware again, can be agents again, we can dream again, we can interact, we can act upon the world again, but only through the interface, through the avatar that we have, that is our brains and our bodies. But ultimately our mind is omnipresent. We are everywhere. The infrastructure that we consist of is spaceless. Our brain is a quantum microscope which resonates with the flux and flow on the quantum level and on the subnuclear, on the spaceless level, basically. But we can only do that in a way that's compatible. Why? Because, whether conscious of it or not, we are the will that made the universe. We are the creator. We are the will. Thy will be done. We are the universe. The universe is God folded to the shape of an 8, basically, or to a Möbius strip, where the backside is the front side, is the backside, is the front side, yet it's two sides somehow. Where the space around you is you, but it's not you. Where your body is you, but it's not you. It's your fingernails, it's your hair, but is that you? And so forth. This transition from the absolute you, which is somewhere in your head, to the absolute not you, which is the space around you, which you need to breathe, which you need to even survive. I mean, if you look at this whole picture and if you add it all together, it makes the statement in an almost logically inevitable way: this is a theistic cosmos, and you are its maker. I know how wild this sounds to the uninitiated, but how will you get away from that other than hearing it again and again? So I set out to find some gold, didn't find any so far. God damn it.
Air tank low.
Ah, shit. I didn't think of the air tank. Come on, give me some gold. Let's make the way back and see if I... Oh, that was cool. Yeah, let's drop a brick, shall we? And see if there's some more gold to be found here. Because the goal, obviously, is gold. And there is gold. Even more so. More gold. Hey, why can't I pick this up? Normally you can pick things up with your drill. Is that a quirk of the new terrain system? Not a fan. because the drill is already interaction disturbed. If, for example, you cannot click any buttons while the drill is your active hand, which is completely meaningless. Why is that so? It's because it's implemented badly, that's why. How low is the air tank? Still some gas. What am I doing? Oh, there's more gold. Nice. Interesting. It's rather hard to find gold. I mean, there was lots of places, but then you have to dig and dig and dig and take and take and take, and it's always so little. Or if I put something away and forgot. No, I haven't. See how the gold is spread out? Instead of just one cluster, it goes down further and further. You might say, well, this is not a dead giveaway. What if there's just multiple gold clusters? But believe me, I saw the developer stream where they visualized the ore. And there's even a console command where you can do that. Don't intend to do that now. Okay, I'm almost half down regarding the oxygen that I had. And I think I just observed a bug, because the moment my stack of gold reached 50, instead of putting the next gold away, part of the gold was put into the stack, and part of the gold fell to the ground. So I guess that's what actually happened, the logic. Part if it was stacked, the rest was not put into the belt, but instead it was just dropped. I think that's the system here. So this "that will be done" thing. I mean, it's kind of we're doing that from birth, right? We're always submitting to reality. Always there's a situation that we don't like, but we cope, we adapt, and our ability to adapt as we live, instead of having to be killed by evolution and then some random mutation, blah blah blah. This ability to adapt makes us so successful. We kind of embody evolution in this way, or maybe indeed in this way, indeed the crown of evolution. If evolution is about adapting the beings so that they can survive in a place, then a being that can adapt by thinking, by collaborating, by making tools, such a being is kind of the embodiment of evolution, or the crown of evolution. And that's us. And I'm thankful. Oh, this takes quite longer than I thought it would. Wow, still busy. What? Dude, I saved. I remember saving. What is this now? God damn it. I know that I saved. What time do we have? It's 12:53, 11:11. Oh god damn it. The last save game didn't take? Did I just lose that entire time of the mining, all the gold? What the fuck? Rocketworks, bad. I think it is on video that I pressed F5. Actually, you can see it in the log, right? 1 day has passed, the character survived, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, deserialized, serializing. Page up gets us to the older log entries. And shouldn't the saving be in here too? Oh, that's the entire log? Oh, the saves are no longer logged. Oh, that's interesting. Serializing veins. No, that's not it. Saving is no longer logged. What the fuck, man? So, what time do we have? 12:55. The last save game was 11:30? What? I lost more than an hour of gameplay? Could it be their new save game system is kind of fucked? Let me just take a look at the save game tree. Maybe we can find something. Luna, new terrain. That's the save game thing. Let's look with everything inside of the tree. What is the newest file? The newest file is indeed from 11:29. So that's bad. I don't get it, man. I saved, I remember that. Does it at some point no longer quick save or something? Have they not tested this? What's going on? Well, no way around it. We have to play that again. I'm sorry. You can skip ahead. That is, of course, a major fucking annoyance. Why did this happen? So, what resource do we have? There's 13 grams of gold. There's nothing in here whatsoever. What the fuck? The battery is not there. Everything is gone? What the fuck? You know what? I would just switch to creative, just quick and build that again, because you can suck my dick, man. Difficulty. Creative. Now, of course, I've lost completely lost track. How did this happen? I did save. Saving, done. So, let's save as. Okay, it doesn't show me the quick saves. But hey, I have this folder open. Let's see what's going on in there. There's a quick save. Okay. There's no new quick save. It is saving, but I have no new quick save. This is like the most radical bug you can think of. It doesn't create quick saves when you tell it to. Wow. Okay, let's reboot the client, see what happens. Rocket Station. I have 3 Stationeers icons in my taskbar. One is the current one, the current beta. One is the last, the official one that everybody has. And one is the last beta that had the old terrain. You can just copy and paste your rocket station, your Stationeers installation tree. Just Ctrl-C, Ctrl-V, rename, make a link, done. That's all. Lost an entire hour of gameplay because the game just no longer saves. That is wild. Also, why was my helmet already open? Something's wrong here. Anyway, now I saved. Let's see. There's no new quick save, so I guess they made a programming error. I guess what they did was they probably had some kind of rotation planned where if you make 10,000 quick saves, then it will still only be 5 quick saves and they will rotate, but they don't rotate. Instead, yeah. That's wild. I'll just report in the forum. Okay, reported. Well, let's do the creative thing then. So many people sadly don't know that you have this authoring tool. Wait, that's for the terrain. I mean the authoring tool. Yeah, we have the terrain editor tool, and we have the authoring tool. The authoring tool is really great because you don't just spawn like a stack of iron frames or whatever, but you can just conjure it, frame, and actually complete building it too. Iron frames, plop, plop. Then, yeah. I'm trying to get back up to speed. Once everything's back, I will return to normal play. Now let's use the copy function, make a cable, then make a battery, That's that. And then the production facility machine thing. Then I would need coal, which I already mined. Then we can blow a lot of electricity in there. Come on. Motherfucker. Forgot to turn the battery on. Okay, battery, and it's charged a lot. This thing is still empty, because, well, I will just make the steel naturally, so we have also the filling of that thing. So what about the coal? I think I went out mining coal at some point. Which got me the resources for steel. How much coal do I have? Not too much. Also made a mining backpack. And there was lots of stuff in there which I won't conjure now, because I don't remember all of it. But there was, I believe, copper. There was gold. And coal. Damn it. So, I'm checking the save games on my hard disk. There are no more quick saves here, okay? You know what, I'm gonna delete, I will rename, as in the computer no longer sees it, the game no longer sees it, I will rename my oldest quick save. Underscore at the beginning, underscore at the end, to play it completely safe-ish. Okay, now let's press F5. And how many files do we have? We now have 6 files, motherfucker. Yes, yes, so the error report I gave there, including my suspicion, seems to be correct. No response yet, that's not a surprise in that short a time. Music, would you please stop being an asshole? Thank you. Okay, so this is the power that comes from there and goes in here, and that is fine. Can get rid of that, I will do that naturally. That, copy, delete.
Black clouds float on the skyline.
Too irritating. You want to talk? Make your own video. Okay, let's go to Groove Salad then. Okay, so now we have that set up again. There's the station battery, we have the coal for which we went mining, and I talked your ears off. And so we don't have to do that again. And now I need to make steel, so that is normalized again. I had more cables, so let's spawn cables and then reduce them. Was kind of like this, I think. And then these go away. And here I probably didn't have much left. Delete. Okay, now the cables are back. I had lots of water, didn't I? Yeah, I cannot spawn that in here, but out there while the sun is still down. What's happening? Oh, part of the song, okay. No, the song is a track, okay. Good. We're almost back on track, I think. Almost. I've mined a lot more iron. That was different last time. No, shit, okay. Copy. Was it 4 even or 3? Let's make all 5 up. Okay. And some more resources. Like water ice. I think it was really a lot. Okay, copper. I might have made enough, I'm not sure. And, well, that's it, I guess. Can I delete an item? Huh. Spawn item, yeah, okay. No such command found, really? What am I doing? It is not spawn, it is... What was it again? Yeah, okay. Thing delete. That would be what is needed. Problem is, for that I need the ID, and this thing that I'm holding in my hand knows the ID. So I'm in a very funny situation. Oh, right. That too. Orbit times scale. No, yeah, it's all kind of fucked now, isn't it? But okay. It's just a game. So that authoring tool is ID 13233. And this one is 12888. I don't even know if this works. Let's try. So thing delete. Oh, right. Oh, he deleted the authoring tool. Great. Okay, now they're gone. Now we turn off creative mode. Difficulty Stationeer. And we're back in business. Hypothetically, I think I have to restart the client. Oh, fuck me. Oh, you know what? I just made a save game and then I closed the game like an idiot. But guess what? Now we have more save games. So I have to report that too. God damn it. What the fuck? This makes it complicated. We can already start the client again. Meanwhile, I will talk in the forum. Reported. Orbit timescale. Too bad it doesn't save that. Whoops. Alrighty. I guess we're kind of back in business. Let's make the steel. Do I have the necessary resources? I do. Now I need to occupy my hands. So now I can make save games again. So that's a very obscure bug. I hope they get that solved. Because goddammit, you cannot be expected to witness. I just quick saved and it worked. To have an eye out for that. I mean, saving is one of the most fundamental things. When I create a program, the first thing I do is make sure that the user data is safe. And that's so easy to do. I mean, I'm so major on that that even I just implemented that in a library with a very thorough thing. I have save saves. So first it creates a file that is not the file that you're caring about. Then the file is completed, then it will be renamed to the file that you're caring about, thus replacing the old file. So before the file has not been completely made, it will not be replaced. And that's obvious. I mean, any programmer who is not a complete idiot will do it like this. Or if the task at hand possibly prevents it, which it may, you know. I mean, for example, when this whole thing is stored in a database, then it might be less easy to do something like a safe saves concept. So I would even make that some kind of software norm or law thing. Because I mean, there's some games on Steam, for example, and some years ago, maybe still this year, I don't know. All the Adobe Suite products, like Photoshop and Illustrator and so forth, they lost their settings every once in a while, and my conviction is, or it's a guess, that it's just a save saves problem. The saving is not completed, but the file in question is already replaced, so you now have a broken file instead of what you had before. God damn it. What? Oh, 50 hydrocarbon. I'm missing some coal here. Yeah, but still, that's the problem. I need to put some stuff in there. And not only that, but per default, if the library is used with its default values, you will even get backups 7 years into the past. Because, well, in the first few minutes, it makes a backup every minute. And the further out it goes in time, the more that thins out, like 4 per hour, this many per day, I don't remember, 7 per week, and so forth. Until you have about 50 or 53 or so backups, which will then be 7 years of data. Of course, with holes in it, and these holes will always be updated. Whenever you save, this logic updates itself, and you know. But why is that not a standard thing? I don't know. I thought they did. That's all. That's sadly all there is to it. So that's the first thing I do. Because of that will be done. Because I have learned my lesson. I am a that will be done participant. I submit to the universe, I submit to you, which also means that I, by feedback and experience in life and so forth, have in turn gotten some kind of thumbs up and okay and do your thing from the universe. So I'm now like one of these most self-confident people in the world. Because why not? What is it that's preventing me? Doubts. Fear. Both of that can be deciphered, unlocked, solved. I'm not saying I'm completely done yet, but I'm just saying you can play this game correctly. There are rules to this, and sadly, I'm not in a position to make it known to the people. So that's why I'm talking about this non-stationeer stuff all the time here in my videos, because it fucking needs to be known, man. It's the truth. It's significant. It's huge. Isn't how to live well something that the people want to know? I mean, this in turn that's kind of a ridiculous question, right? Of course they want that. Do they? I mean, there are some people who doubt the following concept. The concept that people definitely want to be happy. Well, they might say, yeah, well, some actually are not striving for happiness, so maybe it's just a semantic, just a matter of communication here. Of course, everybody wants to be happy. That's the driver. Because suffering and bliss are the same thing on one axis. Just like poverty and luxury. It's, you know, it's so obvious. Yesterday even I had I don't remember the word. Yeah, because I watched The Accountant 1 again, because it's really such a brilliant film. Let's print some ActiveEnt. I looked up the exact meaning of congruent, because that's what Mr. Wolf said there when sitting on the couch talking to the girl. Like this image of dogs playing cards. He likes it because it's incongruent. It's the exact meaning would be that it is something you wouldn't expect in that place. And then I argued with Gemini, and it didn't budge. And I'm not sure if I'm right or if it's right. That incompatible and incongruent might be the same meaning on an axis. And I still think that may be the case, but it says no, that's definitely not so. And it makes me wonder if I happen to be right, which I may not be. Then this could mean that its internal vector space where meanings of words are stored is out of whack. Because the meaning of that word would then not be mathematically stored correctly. maybe I should immediately print an insulated one? Nah, don't bother. Insulation is not really my problem here. So now to test something. I have had bad experiences with switching to creative mode and then switching back to stationeer or whatever mode, that somehow your
Oxygen low.
breathing
Oxygen
was
critical.
still not necessary. And that's why I rebooted the game just now again. But I don't detect anything here that is out of whack, so maybe it's fine. Okay. Alrighty. Now let's save and see if a file emerges. It does. Now let's see in the forum if I get another response. The response is interesting. Okay. Yeah, let's build a filtration unit to get some CO2 in here. Oh right, and of course let's first complete the airlock. Advanced airlock. So, I need some iron, some gold, and some copper. Of course, the resources are not 100% realistically restored as they were before that little accident, but okay, I mean, in 2 or 3 hours of gameplay, that will probably not have any effect. Then again, there's emergence effects. Sometimes I just need this thing, I don't have that, now I have to go mining, and then there's an accident and so forth. But okay, who cares really? Advanced airlock. Now let me show you an interesting oddity, which you probably know already, as the Stationeers players that you are, but anyway. Maybe you know already that you can reset an airlock board
Waste tank caution.
by using a screwdriver. But what you possibly didn't know is that this has magical effects. Here we go. That's the exterior, alright. This one is not locked, so that is the interior. Then we have the glass door exterior, composite door interior, and Shazam. Sometimes it can occur. I mean, I haven't seen that in my playthroughs in recent years or whatever, in recent months, but it can occur that the airlock is flipped. This can of course just be a mistake that the one made who made the airlock. But it could also be something that happened via some kind of save game confusion. These days I believe it doesn't happen anymore. That bug was explicitly fixed. I was witnessing that and tested it too about a year ago. But someone in the forums just reported that they were losing gas from their station, and I came up with some ideas. One of them was this, and that was actually it. What actually caused it in that case, I don't know. But if you think that something's off with your station, where's all the gas going? Wonder if it's possibly happening whenever you cycle your airlock. Alright, atmospherics. Need more gold. Have some gold smelted too, yep, that's cool. Some more lockers maybe? No, how much iron do I have here in my reservoir? I am sure, and I actually thought of that, I needed more iron. That I had mined more iron. But now it's not there. And then I saw something in the developer stream that I was talking about, that I was editing, where they did the following. They went to whatever item and then they copied the name from here, item iron ore. And there's still a bug there, okay. Item iron ore. Hey, but what was it again? Damn it. Thing, yeah, of course. Thing iron ore. No such command found. Ah, here we go. It just made iron ore, a stack of 50. Okay, let's do that a few more times. And that's, I think, the amount I actually had. So you don't even need to switch to creative mode to do such a thing. We have some more iron, we do not. This is now a 400 gram steel thing, so I need a stacker. Can I make a stacker for I need iron? Which reminds me, I should start with the chutes for the things that I have at my station. Okay, power's coming in. Generating less and less. Here we cannot see how much is in there, because there's no measurement for this. It would be cool if the cable analyzer would allow you to see what's going on inside the battery, because it's also electricity. Because, I mean, the developers, Rocket has said that a few times already that they would eventually want to do away with the configuration cartridge. Of course, there would have to be some kind of replacement there, because it's needed in some places unconditionally so they can program. So, yeah. But I mean, if they do away with that, it would be cool if the cable analyzer tool, if you pointed at this device, which is explicitly a power device, would tell you how much power is stored in there. Okay, iron. In the future, that shall come into the station right away, so let's make 1, 2, 3, 4. I need 4.
Power low.
I need 7 chutes. Damn. Oh.
Temperature high.
Uh-oh.
Waste tank critical.
Bum ba bum. Power. This track is annoying. Do I have enough gold? Yeah, I do. Okay. Cause I'm blowing through my air now as fuck because
Anti-critical.
this spacesuit is not insulating as well as the hard suit does, and so my suit has to
Hydration critical.
waste gas on cooling itself. Dude, I just started with that channel. How is that already a stream break? Straight. I don't think this is a good station layout. Let's take a look. We need a large battery charger. No more copper. We need to smelt more. Do we have the capacity to print a charger? No, we need copper for that. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Yeah, okay, that is pretty much in the way here. That's not the way it's supposed to be. So I will rip that down again. Oh, come on, I can not walk in this direction? I can. What is it that I want to print? Battery charger. And pop, there it is. I wonder why the printing is so fast. I mean, how many of these guys do you possibly need? Looking for the best place. Where can I put it? No, cable, logic, talala. Could put it here like this, but it ends upside down. I don't like that. Well, there's no other place, really. Down here it's connected to the airlock, which is a big no. Well, then let's put it like this. That's stupid. God damn it, what the fuck? Is it like my first station?
Hunger caution.
So let's work on a cooling solution then. How many can I print with this? Oh, that's not enough. I mean, strictly speaking, could be enough, but I'd like to invest a bit more. Where will that cooling solution be? It's a nice idea to put it above these guys, because then it's least in the way. So I will put it here. Okay. Here it pumps out, but I also need a way to monitor. Ah, it's pretty tight. That's typical, isn't it? I always have this way too tight build.
Temperature high.
And this thing that you can build and grab through the walls, when will they change that? I mean, you could say, well, then just don't do it. But that's like playing in creative mode and then just not using the creative tools. I turned it off for a reason. I mean, some kind of... It's a good reality simulation. Well, let it be a good reality simulation then, instead of some kind of half-assed thing. Okay, so that goes here. And I need a way to measure this. This would be the... Can we already make the pipe analyzer, or is that electrum? Okay, never mind. Not there yet. By the way, I had some silver. Yeah, I guess I have to go mining again. And I found some... I remember I had some nickel. I don't remember how much it was. I think it was a full stack. I don't know, whatever. Let's just go mining then. Okay, that would be the pipe analyzer. And then we have these guys. Huh. Yeah, maybe leave it like this. 3 should be enough. Yeah, whatever. But I need more pipes. Pipes.
Hydration critical.
Filtration unit. Huh, exactly 20. I knew I had forgotten something. I have, indeed. It's not tragic. I'm gonna cope. A passive liquid drain. Right, I didn't want it to do it like this. That's stupid. Anyway. So, a cooling system. This thing still needs power, and I need a passive liquid drain. I need iron for that, which I ridiculously don't fucking have, even though I do. Really, I have to reach the level of convenience here. It's not yet there. And that's the thing, I've been always working here on this convenience stuff, but if you look from afar, it looks like nothing. It looks like nothing. And that's for my video? I mean for the other? La la la. Oh, there was already some iron.
Hunger critical.
Where's my wrench? Oh. Where's the pipes?
Filter low.
How many would I need up there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a pretty overpowered cooling solution, I know. Anyway. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I know I can already start, but I will first want to build it completely before I use it. To cool down the station from 59 degrees. And then we can eat again. Oh, I printed one too many. Huh. I miscounted. Okay, let's turn the motherfucker on.
Waste tank caution.
So, 2-ish megapascals, yeah, 3. Cooling down, cooling down, cooling down. And this will cool down the station, which is now at 54 degrees, or respectively 56. Now that I have iron again, let's make 3 more lockers, which is 2.
Health low.
Okay, 46 degrees, let's open the helmet and drink something. And we're fine. Well, okay, the beginning things are beginning to flatten out slightly. Alright, so let's get this battery charger on the road. And then I can start cleaning things up a bit and so forth. Yeah, that will work. So airlock functional. This cable, which comes directly from the battery power source, goes to the battery charger. Okay. And it's inside the entire station, so I can even apply some logic later if I wish. So that's 500 watts each. Now 1500 watts load are on this cable.
Power low.
As in also on that cable, because that's how Stationeers handles it. And now we could actually swap some batteries, you know. And here it's charged even with 1000 watts, so... Okay, now that we have a battery here that powers everything, we don't yet have something that powers the battery other than the solar panel, but in principle it would be nice if we would now have lights instead of me running around with a stupid flashlight the whole time. So let's make some lights. And cables, obviously, and then we would probably have to go mine again. Yeah, and where do I put this thing? Because I want to automate that whole thing with the chutes. I guess I have to just move it one step away. Do I? Then I have the same problem I already had here. Well, let's try the chutes that I have. Where are they? So what happens if I have an inlet up here? Outlet, I mean. Damn, I can't really see where that is. Video length so far. Oh, 4 fucking hours, okay. Huh. We'll always be blocking things here. And like this, it's on the outside, and then it throws through the glass. Yep. That's a bit weird. What's the idea here? How are you supposed to play these? Are we supposed to play them like this, so that they're inside the glass and throw through? I guess so. Anything new in the forum? Nope. Okay. But then, that would be in the way again. And how do I throw stuff in after all this thing needs to be automated fully? Or maybe I just move the furnace over here? Like this, so it throws down through the ceiling right here to the ground. Now I need this thing down here. Why are you not working, man? I need you. 7 cables, not too many. Ah, it'll manage. It'll work. Wait, does this work? I don't think so. This doesn't work. It needs to be one foot. Does it? Well, it was in the middle of the field. Oh, well now it is again there. So that should work. Yeah, well, the thing with this website where you have this central management where you can just search all the things, would that lead people away from the individual platforms somewhat? Ah, yeah, let's talk about this GOG thing that I was talking about. If GOG or someone else would make a game client where you have all your games in a central place, so it doesn't really matter on which platform they are, I mean, on which, who is selling you these, GOG or Steam or whatever, then you could finally do what you really want to, which is just sit down, choose a game, and then you play that game. Oh, it's on GOG, oh, it's on Steam, oh, it's on Epic. Who gives a flying fuck? And that's the way it should be, and you all agree. There are, of course, some caveats here. There's some, like for example, if that lures people away from those platforms, isn't that bad then for those platforms and so forth? These thoughts come up, you know? But I mean, when it comes to consumer grade, and that's really what it is in the end. I mean, you have to think of it like this: we are mankind. We are shaping the world the way we like. We are shaping the world the way we want it to be. And do we want to have the capacity to just choose a game instead of having to worry, oh, it's on Epic, oh, it's on this and this and that? Yes, we want that, and so we will achieve that. I mean, if there's something in the way, well, then we have to prioritize. However, that will go down, but we have to prioritize. That's what that is. It's not a case of, no, this cannot be done. It's a case of there is something to consider here. That is all. But it's not a case of this can't be done. I have to unassign the gas thing. Good thing the consoles will eventually also be replaced or updated, but that will
Waste tank critical.
be a long time until then. Oh, it's pretty cold in here, by the way. It's exactly 0 degrees. Lol. It couldn't get any colder, that's why it's exactly 0, it's not surprise. Alrighty, this looks much more cleaned up. So, for flat, now it's some steel sheets. And some cables. Is it already evening again? God damn it. I have to go mining. Okay, so we have a cooling solution, we have 1 degree Celsius in here. I can open my helmet, it's not too hot, it's not too cold. Well, it's a bit cold, arguably. And that's the thing, why do I not see, have some kind of thermometer kind of thing here on screen here that shows me it's very cold and I'm like, that kind of stuff, and I'm shivering and my comfort goes down or whatever. You might say, okay, what about your hygiene is also down, who gives a fuck, you know? But I mean, that existing is at least one step closer to it mattering. So, eventually we'll bridge that gap, I think. I mean, if enough such values come together, then also some pull factor emerges, and some meaning, and maybe we can connect some of these. Okay, that can go away actually. Which also frees up yet another battery. So let's equip ourselves. The drill gets a full battery. The arc, the grinder, whatever thing, angle grinder gets full battery, big battery. So our tools are now satisfied. Then we have the drill, which is already satisfied. Then we have this guy here, and it doesn't really need a big battery, but then again, why shouldn't it have one? But for now I will leave it like this. So there's a cooling solution. The sun is coming down. I have to get ready to mine, actually. Save and look in the folder, and there's a file from just now, so that works. Any comment in the forum? No, not yet. Okay, next steps is mining, of course. We need resources, resources, resources. For that I should prepare accordingly. That stays here. That stays here. I had too many, interesting. The ices, I guess I will just... Well, I can't stuff them all in here. Okay, let's do it like this then. We have our smelty thing. That is for smelting. Blip. And then we need 2 more backpacks. This time I will print them. Mining backpack needs iron. which I happen to have right now. So how is this then? We need some more of these guys. Shoots. Oh, I have enough backpacks now. Okay, how cold is the furnace by now, I wonder? 5 degrees, okay, I have to do the furnace first. Else I will have pipe rupturing, I don't want that. I want to keep the gas, I want to keep the CO2. You might say, well, you can do that later with another smelt. Yes, but I don't know, it's good if it feels like I'm not in a... I think it's good to, well, to live it as if it's not a state of abundance. So, how was this again? Straight is what I'm filtering for, and the side is the waste gases, right? That's the way it was. Need more pipes? All this interdependent infrastructure. This guy needs resources to make pipes. I need time to give it the resources. This guy gives me the resources to make iron and such, and then the iron I need here to make pipes, and the pipes I need to build some cooling and so on. All interdependent. No, only at some point you're out of this Gordian knot of the very beginnings, and then things become rather simple quickly, don't they? I have to use insulated pipes here. Because I don't want the hot furnace to heat up the room. So how many do I need? I don't know. Silicon? Okay, I think I have that. One, two. I need two. Though I think I will need more, because the waste gas needs to go somewhere. Oh, but let's do this first. So this will go wherever I want it to go, I guess. In the room, in a tank, I'm not sure yet. And I guess I will just make a chimney here, or won't I? Chimney's a bit wasteful space-wise. What I could do instead is do this, and then pipe around here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Passive vent goes here. Oh, I made one too many, alright. Passive vent. Interestingly, I can now use the furnace, and this is a first, I mean, in a way, the first time in the history of Stationeers, of course not, but in principle I can now use the furnace to cool my station, because it's already cooled down this much. How cool is it, you ask? Oh. What did I see earlier? Didn't I measure something much lower? What the fuck? I must have measured the indoor temperature somehow. Oh. Damn. Okay, strike that. It's not happening. But this means that I still have time here. But now I built this. Well, let's go mining then, whatever. So, filters are good. Gas is not good anymore. Power.
Airtag critical.
So we have these mining backpacks, and I have this stuff here that goes there. I'll need to mine all kinds of shit, so... Was a new save game spawned? It was. And that's certainly not the situation we want to be in. They have to fix that. I mean, it is on video. I saved, I tried, the save game was gone. There was no save game. It was over an hour of save games that just didn't happen. Mining charges I still have, okay. Yeah, well, I need the rare shit, basically. Let's go find gold and the rare shit. With the old terrain system, it sometimes happened to me that the explosive would spawn underground. I was in a more tight spot than this one there, in that case, so maybe that's actually still the case with the new one, I don't know, because maybe the game logic is still the same in this regard. I don't know. Definitely more pleasant with the smooth drill settings that they made just now, today or yesterday. Really cool, yeah. Now behold, dark soil and the actual soil. This could be footage for a news episode. 38, 31, 34, 36, 39. That's how much gold I get here. So that thing with the centralized website, there's of course also the problem, will the platforms okay it? But they will. I mean, Steam will okay it. That is like with the copyright problems of with the Deus Ex remake. That will all work out in the end. But like I said, it will take some more time until these larger projects will take off. You might say, well, we already have community efforts in regards to some kind of central manager thing. And I'm not objecting to those. By the way, I tried some of these and maybe I have overlooked something, but it seemed as if they didn't have one of the most simple functions ever, which is you define a folder in which games exist. Like the Steam folder in which, in which all your games are stored. There are multiple, I know there can be multiple, but in principle it's one folder, or let's say 2 or 3 root folders, in which then a folder is like Stationeers or whatever your game is. So that folder has all the games, or multiple folders have all the games. The simplest function would be to have these root folders assigned, and then for the manager to look for root folders in there, like with Game Stationeers for example, and then automatically adding them to your library, because it's a root folder, so it's a game, it's a thing that really exists, and then you can look around in those for executable files and maybe PDF files and some stuff like that, and remember all of those. And then when you try to start the game, the first time it might ask you what is your executable of these. Here's the list, and this one's the most probable, so maybe you should use blah blah blah. That is one extra step. It's not as smooth as it is in Steam, obviously, but otherwise that's such a simple way to make a manager that just has all your games, at least the installed ones, in it directly. Sigh. Yeah, but the thing that I'm talking about will be fully integrated. It will have all the fresh database information from Netflix, from Steam and so forth. It will all just not be made up or wishful, or yeah, it's a database but it's lagging behind reality, or maybe it has false information because the corrections of the database deletion and such is also lagging behind reality, but it will all be up to date. So what you see there is what you get there. That's the goal. And can it be achieved? It will be achieved. Because it's what we want. Ultimately, it's an inevitable cultural achievement that mankind will have to have. There's no way around that. You agree. The question is, how will it come to pass? Really? Yeah, who knows where Stationeers will be in 10-20 years. Probably no longer early access, I guess. Yeah, that was all standard stuff. Copper and, well, gold. Do I really have this little gold? Yeah, 1 full stack. God damn it. Coal would be nice. Ah, not necessary. Iron I also still have. Not too much. And that was all the explosives, but I can still make the security printer with which you can print those explosives, and they take very little resources actually. But the security printer takes something extra. I don't know what it was. Invar, Electrum something. Something of the slightly more advanced stuff. Damn. Why can I not use the mouse here, man? I know that I can use the mining backpacks as just my current backpack, and then it would be put into that backpack directly. I believe they even have priority over the mining belt, so it goes first in there and then into the belt, I think. But this would lose me the ability to fly around. Also, swapping them from here to there is a bit tricky, because it first has to be in a different spot. Yeah. Else you cannot swap them and so forth. It's tedious, so I don't do it, whatever. Do I have enough volatiles? I think so. There's more gold here. Yeah, I didn't want to find gold so much, but okay, I take it. Actually need is nickel and such, so that I can get the advanced crap, you know, and programming. Need more silver. For electrum. Give me silver then. Well, that's probably gold again, huh? Man, but this terrain looks so much better. Yup. Did I just confuse iron with gold? Yeah, a bug that they still have in the game. Look over there. Let's see the blackness. That is occluded by terrain that isn't there, because there's some discrepancy between the actual terrain rendering and the occlusion logic there in regards to the night sky. Oh well. But it's getting along. I mean, it's getting forward. Slowly, but it's happening. And, well, as we know, we cannot complain about it happening slowly. And we can be happy that it's happening at all, and we can be happy that they are creating this game. I mean, some of us have played it to death, like I have, kind of, even though I haven't yet played with rockets. That's a dumb oversight. And I'm sure that I've fallen into patterns very often, which blinded me from other paths that would be more rich, or at least be enriching if I would take them. Yeah, well, time will solve that, I hope. I need Silverman. I mean, not Silver Hand, but Silverman. Be wondering why I'm not explicitly saying what is kind of in between the lines. When I said that this project of Deus Ex will happen, what kind of resources will there be? Where will they come from, you know? I will not tell, it's just not wise to do, but they will be there. If I'm then good doing the Deus Ex thing, on a level that is higher than Cyberpunk, which, by the way, is pretty much a Deus Ex implementation, in a way, right? It's kind of a Deus Ex game. Kind of. Quasi. A bit. Yeah. But there's the vent crawling, the combat, the sneaking, the story mission. And I must say, I do like the campaign. I mean, say what you will about the story. I mean, opinions differ. But in principle, it's great to live through that, to look forward to the next thing, even if the gameplay is just as simplistic. You hack the people, you sneak, you shoot, and you push the button, and you move from place to place. That's basically what it is. And since as an entertainment scientist, I will certainly try to, so to speak, I will certainly try to find more on that front. What else can be done? There's something that certainly also the Stationeers team did here, though they didn't do that so much with yourself, with the avatar, except for when it comes to the spacesuit, but with the surrounding environment and what you can do with it. But anyway, there need to be more things that you can do. If it's just move from place to place, shoot people, you know, there needs to be more. But then again, if you look at the reality that we live in, what's that? You move from place to place. There are smells, so opinions. There are opinions. There are impressions of the situation you're in. There is, I mean, experiences. Yeah. So experiences are just primarily touching your senses, while in this game here, in a game, it's still pretty much restricted, or and so forth. And, well, then you push a button, you carry an object, maybe you do woodworking and so forth. Ultimately, you do something with your hands, with your body. Silver, hello! So, then there's, of course, social interactions, consciousness experiences, like seeing something, talking to someone, hearing something that is a relation information-wise, like that thing with the, with the spacelessness. I mean, it's a mind-blower, isn't it? Spacelessness is still everywhere. I have never heard that thought uttered by anyone. Of course, it's not scientific, since you cannot measure that. Then again, isn't this spooky action at a distance a clear indication that it is happening? And so forth. Yeah, but there should be more things that you can do in a game. So when I'm saying that those resources will be available, and then we keep looking at Stationeers and we see, well, they're not quite stepping on the gas because they don't have the resource, they don't have the people. They don't have, the day has 24, like 16 hours, I don't know how many hours they work. And then they do stuff, and there's a new beta version every day. Since there are multiple sometimes, you can easily say there's a beta version every weekday, even though on the weekend nothing's happening. Is there more silver here, maybe? I need definitely more silver. Ah, there is more silver. So what's happening there is they need more resources. And if those resources will ultimately be available, why don't I say that then? Because I don't want to interfere with this cosmos of Stationeers right now. What I will do in the future is a different story. I would just not talk about it because, you know, this affects the people who are fans of the game emotionally and otherwise. Their expectations would be built, the developers themselves would be touched, and so I will not say any of that, because it's not wise. That's why I don't say it. But now you know why I'm not saying it, or what it is that I'm not saying. Yay. Rare motherfucking shit. So how much do we get from one? 1, 4, 8, 11, 14. So it's kind of like with the gold, slightly more. I have to do quite some digging to get all this stuff. I'm still wondering how it is with the... Actually, next time I go mining, I should definitely print the GPS cartridge so that they can see the named regions. And then I don't need the stupid... what's its face? La 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 la. What do I mean? The tracker and the beacon. Then I just need an extra tablet for the GPS and problem solved. Need the spray cans, the spray gun, decorate the base. Nothing more to be found. Well, and then an effort will be made if it is not... Well, let's just say this. It is a certainty that in the future games like 3D games of the general kind will have atmospherics to some degree. Not to the degree like in this game necessarily, but it will be there. That's a certainty. And I'm looking forward to that a lot. A deeper reality experience. More potential interactions. More things to care about. More options. Yeah. I have to check something for a second there. Yes, I told you that I'm sure, I mean it's a certainty also, that in the future the smartphones will basically eventually be kind of abandoned, so to speak, and instead we will have glasses or something to the like on our faces, because it's just such a great a multiplication of potential experience. The 3D space in the world is our experience space. And if we can have that, can have additions to that, for example, some kids in some stupid boring town maybe playing treasure hunt with virtual objects that they see in the 3D world in the actual places. Oh, Johnson & Johnson paid me $1.30 dividend. That's nice. Okay, so we will have that because it's such a huge multiplication of possibility. And there's at least one company that produces particularly compact, very compressed energy, basically batteries, particularly for this purpose, and that's Innovix, and I'm invested in it. And guess what? I'm now 300 euros up. That's nice. And I expect actually an upside of that will go easily up to 1,000, I guess, and then I will just go leave it and not give a fuck anymore. And my Tesla position is up to $89 euros. That winning, that is nice, and so forth and so on. I mean, things are looking up. Yep, I like. I'm actually not big on investing. I did that for a while and lost a lot of money because I was doing it stupidly, and then I just stopped. And then two things changed. One thing, I didn't care anymore. So at some point I started with Trade Republic, which is not... I mean, currently it's I have some beef with them, so I cannot recommend them. But otherwise, platform-wise, they're pretty nice and they're pretty cheap. And so, I mean, you can just say, oh, you know what, I'm gonna buy these stocks, not a problem. It costs you €1 per trade, or when you sell them, it costs you another €1. But that's nothing for such a platform, for such an action. It's really, really small. Really, really little that you have to invest there, that you have to give there, that you have to pay there. And so, well, at some point I got that, even though I had stopped trading, because there's another guy that anyway, it doesn't matter. Then I started trading again, and then I looked, you know, around a bit, and then I thought, you know what, let's invest €15 in this. And then that company went down. I mean, the stocks went down a lot, and then like,
Hydration
shit.
critical.
And then I just doubled down. I just bought the same amount again that I had. So from 15 we went to 30, which of course is not efficient when you think that you have to pay €1 for the trade in the first place. And ultimately this ended up being a greater and greater position until I had like 100, maybe $200 invested. I don't know. See, they in quotation marks say that you cannot time the market. I mean, what you would want to do is, of course, you would try to wait until the stocks are lowest and then you want to buy. But you cannot time that, you cannot know that. And so if something falls ridiculously straight down, you shouldn't buy that immediately, because don't try to catch falling knives is basically the rule there. Just wait it out until it has kind of found its location. I mean, there are exceptions, of course, but that's generally what it is. And anyway, so you would be trying to time the market. Would you try to buy it exactly when it's lowest, so that afterwards it can only go up? But that doesn't work. And so what if you buy some stocks and sell them? It's easy, you know. It's easy, but you can lose a lot of money if you don't do it right. The action itself is easy in getting an account and such. What you want to do is what you want to accept is that you lose money. You go in there, you buy the position, and then it goes into the reds. That happens every time. I mean, it's 99% of the cases, because you cannot be sure, you cannot buy exactly when it will go up again. What do you expect? Do you think it's kind of the whole machine exists for you and you are the master of the market? No, the market is the master, and you must try to cope, just like with reality. You're not its master, you're trying to, you know, it's once again such a case where you learn to submit, and if you submit properly, then you will be fine. And I've had basically only winnings in the last 2 or 3 years that I've been doing this, that I've been just not giving a fuck anymore and playing with Trade Republic, and primarily just buying small of stocks that I thought were promising, and then doubling the position. And that's the martingale strategy, which is dangerous and not to be recommended. But something like doubling down on a stock, that's completely normal. That's not insane. So when you say, okay, it fell, now I'm like minus 25% or something, and then you say, okay, I'm $100 in, I paid $100, or my position is currently maybe
Hunger, caution.
$100 worth, and I'm at minus 25%, so I'm at a loss here. And then you say, okay, let's buy more stocks of this, so that you're $200 in. In this moment, your loss is now no longer 25%. It's now 12% or 12.5%-ish percent. Why? Because relative to your position size, your loss is smaller. Now you might say, well, that doesn't give you anything. It does. Of course, you have not evaded your loss. But what you have done is, if the stock now goes up, you will get more out of it. Of course, if it goes down now, you will lose faster. So it's a lever. You know, the deeper you're in, the more stocks you have, the greater is your leverage, basically. So, but if you scale in like this, if you buy small and then you double and you double and you double and you have to, can't do that too often because, you know, it's math is a bitch, you know, eventually it will just be too much. You cannot do that anymore, it's too risky. You have to really be careful with that. But in principle, in the beginning, it's a good strategy because by this, you're getting closer and closer to the objective bottom of the stock before it would go up again without having to know where it is. Because, I mean, the probability that it will go up again, let's just say it's in principle an oscillating stock, which most of them are, I think, that we get to see, you know. Amazon, Tesla in particular is going up, down, Innovix, for example, that this battery manufacturer also going up, down. Nvidia also good. Yeah, by the way, how's Nvidia stocks these days? I would assume that they're going up just like Tesla is. And it's not a good opportunity to buy. At the beginning, I was so stupid about this. I thought, you know, I get my trading account, and I thought, okay, what will I buy now? And I was looking around, and I saw, there's Lufthansa. Okay, that's our German aeroplane, and so forth. And then they had a straight diagonal going up, and I thought, oh, that's good. I'm gonna buy that because it's going up. And that can be the right strategy, but in principle, it's not a good thing. What you have to assume is, if it keeps going up, then at some point it will stop, and then it will go down again. It goes up, goes down. That's normally how it is. So there's Nvidia. How are we looking? Yeah, keeps going up. It's currently not a good position to buy. No. Nope. No. So if it's in going up, going down kind of stock, then you can do swing trading, you know. But where is the bottom? You cannot know that, and the market does surprising things, and the politicians do stupid things which suddenly destroy everything. And like in Germany during COVID and afterwards, oh my God, politicians are so stupid creatures. Well, if you then scale in like this, then you will get closer and closer to that point when it will inevitably go up again. And then you will also be in a bit bigger than just with 15 euros, which doesn't get you anything. I mean, if you're lucky, you have an upside of 50%, maybe 100%, but that's very unlikely. It's more like 5 to 10 to 15% normally. So that would be like 2-3 euros that you get there, and that's all. But if you play that to become rich, you're doing it wrong. The only way to make money in stocks is if you're already rich, so to speak. I'm not saying I'm rich, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that if you want to actually realistically, not with some extremes, but the average everyday trading, that's that kind of stuff. If you want to get rich by that, then you have to already be rich. You can of course increase the money that you have a little bit, somewhat, yeah. But that's only tangential. The main main income must still be the job. Only then it's meaningful and safe. And don't trade anything that you can't afford to lose. I mean, if there's a position of $300 and that explodes somehow, which can happen, then it's gone. Like when the company just... there was some fraudulent company in Germany that I was invested in, only with $100 or $120 or so, and then a few days later I had like $2 or $3 because it had fallen so much. Yeah, all the money gone. That can happen. But trading is fun. Yep. It just can't be some kind of immediate satisfaction thing. You have to know what you're doing. You buy something, and then you wait a long while, and then you sell it again, and then you have more money. But would it be much more money? I don't know. I mean, for example, I paid $300 for the studio license of DaVinci Resolve, the video editor, you know. I currently have, if I would now sell my Innovix position, I would have that money. And in the recent weeks, I sold for like $500-600 winnings, euros. So yeah, looking good. But it can't be much more than a hobby, really. shouldn't be, I think. Everybody's different. I'm just giving you my perspective. Drinking something, and that reminds me I need to put up the water thingy. Do I have the water canister here? The tank? Oh, there it is. Yeah, okay, fine. We had 50 degrees in here for a while. I would guess that this is now at 25 degrees. 27, okay. This is probably at 20.01 or whatever. 20.0, 20.2, not 01, 20.2. And this also at, let's say, 25. 20! Oh, right, it's one of the, you can see that with the horizontal progress bar here. Mark II, they're insulated. Oh, I knew I had a battery, but there is the battery. So we mined something. Actually meaningfully or not? Wrong. Wrong. Here we have some silver, that is relevant. Some gold also, we can make electrum. Then we have cobalt, I'm not sure, I don't need that yet. That's for making pills or for making the level 3 ores. Level 3 ingots. That's steel, hypothetically. Iron. And more gold. Okay. Solder. Yeah, solder was lead and iron. Let's prepare some good smelts so that we can go into programming. And automate some shit.
Hunger critical.
Also, the automatic temperature regulation in here would be nice. Then we could have plants. Right, I need to detach them from the world light timing. The sun is currently over yonder. Could have a box here. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Decisions have been made. But first, let's put up some lights. Where are they? Here we go. Maybe first I should smell some stuff. Copper, for example. One more, please. Smelting underway, okay. Cable. Really stupid that you cannot lay cables underneath the lockers. That is such an annoying choice. God damn it, why? Why did you do that? Okay, now some more smelting and some more shooting. It's a shooter after all. Stationeers is a shooter game. C-H-U-T shooter. How do I get things into the arc furnace then? Without that being in the way? That's the question, that's the trick. Maybe here? So we need an inlet. Like this. Corner. And then window shoots, or what should I do? Yeah, window shoots. Else I regret it. Okay, what's the temperature of the furnace? Can I measure it from here or not? 151 degrees.
Air tank low.
Okay, we have to take several measures. First one is to print some filters.
Air tank critical. Critical.
think the sound is a bit too damped, right? And the production sound shouldn't be that much more quiet. Nothing new in the forum, okay. Where will I put these lights? How do I reach these kids? The age-old question. Much better. Time to smell some iron. What I would also definitely do, change about Stationeers is that if you pick up an item of type X, then your selection of which item of the kit it is will be universal. So I have selected the window chute, now I'm picking up another stack of chutes. I still have selected the window chute. It's completely bonkers that this is not the case. Okay, jetzt komme ich gar nicht, now I can no longer reach the power button, which means it's time to deal with the programming. Else I will not be able to smelt stuff. So I have to empty the furnace now. So let's pump some of that stuff into the station. Temperature 22, okay. Oh, I need... Wait, what? What happened? I looked that up. The temperature was hundreds of degrees. What the fuck is happening? Oh no, I don't have pipes. Well, I can just remove that pipe. That should work. What the fuck is happening? 150. Oh right, the pressure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I forgot that it's not just a temperature question, like it's too cold, it now freezes the CO2, whatever. But also the pollutant is getting liquid here. So, how many pipes do we have? 10, that should be enough. Can I do that from here? Hopefully I can, that's nice. Well, let's deal with this then. And I need filters, and here we need a, what's its face? Cowl.
Power critical.
Shut up. I need iron, okay. I even saw that thing being in there. And then we need a... what is it that I want to... what do I want? I want nitrogen in the station. And I want CO2 in the station. Damn it. These things will change. It's one way or another, they will change. So before I go about dealing with my own filters... Oh. Cowl, there it is. Do it. I hope I got this correct. Another save game was created. Oh, it doesn't have power, that's like... stupid. Nice. So, what do we get? This pipe, which goes to the outside, has O2 indeed, but okay, fuck it. And has pollutant and volatiles. This pipe, well, I guess the ratio CO2 in this room should be increasing. It does. Temperature should also be increasing. Theoretically a lot, but the furnace is a very, very weird thing. If you empty it out and you think, oh, it's very hot, the gas
Hydration critical.
that I get indoors from it should be very, very hot. That's not happening until like 20 or so seconds in, or 30, whatever. Then all of a sudden, kablam, things get hot. And that doesn't make sense at all. That's a bug. I don't know why that behaves like this, but I have observed it many times. Okay, we need to turn on the cooling system. Now 2 more filters for myself. Temperature 33, so it keeps rising. We have this cooling solution, which is, I thought, overpowered, but nah, not quite. Temperature, pressure in here, 86 kilopascals. CO2 value very high, that's nice. Lots of nitrogen, we're looking good. The pollutant is from welding, I guess. So yeah, there's that. Now we're emptying the furnace, somewhat. Much pressure still in there, megapascals, okay. Pressure in here is increasing to levels that I no longer like. But, so what do I do with this? I could, for example, derive pure oxygen from the room, which is not the dumbest idea ever, and use the room as the hub that separates the gases, or that keeps all of them stored. So I need another atmospherics unit. And that stuff belongs in there. Aha. Atmospherics. For that we need gold and copper. And we don't have that. Fuck. There's gold. Do I have that separate? Wait, where's my silver? Ah, there it is. Okay, okay, okay. I can only use this one. And that doesn't help at all because the furnace is not yet turned on. The arc furnace. Pressure, temperature 37 degrees, pressure 97, so it's rather high by now. But I intend to work on that. In reality, a ratio of 4% oxygen, since carbon dioxide would already be ridiculously high. I mean, even 1% would be very high. I have a CO2 meter here in my room, because I'm a stationeer, so we like that kind of stuff, don't we? And it currently reads
Oxygen low.
650 parts per million. Is it parts per million? Anyway, if it were 1,000, it would be 1%. And, well, I have never noticed really how important it is to open the window. I can really see an extreme drop of CO2 levels here when I open the window and wait for like 10 minutes. You can see it drop and drop and drop. That makes such a difference. Yep. But on the other hand, I have heard from someone who should know, but I'm not sure entirely if it's true. We are freezing CO2 here? From where? Must be from the furnace. Weird. I've heard that even if you have a hermetically sealed, not hermetically sealed, no, if you have a house that is insulated up to snuff's proper modern house, really, then it takes only 1 hour for the entire building's gas content to have been exchanged. Supposedly. Maybe the number is not exactly right, but certainly makes a strong statement, so it should be something in that direction, I guess. Okay, how full is this thing still? None, it's empty. Right. So I need... What did I need here to produce this stuff? Gold, of course, yeah, that's what's currently in the works. Now that the furnace is empty, and I have to turn off the atmospherics unit, of course, I can make the so important other things. Yeah, it's quite the pressure in here by now. I am thirsty once more. That happens way too often. Huh. So let's do that stuff then. Do I have my gas on me for smelting? I do not. Now I do. Let's first do electrum from behind. It should be evacuated now, okay. I actually don't know what I'm doing. It's probably too much. Anyway. And now the burning process is working, so I need to click only once. 50 and 50. Lever is closed. Good. So we want to make electrum, which means that we have a certain... I cannot remember the fucking parameters. Electrum. I think the pressure was irrelevant, but the temperature, maximum 2000 something. Okay, temperature... Okay, temperature arbitrarily high, basically. Pressure 2.4 max. So let's empty the motherfucker. So we get the respective pressure. And then we will have electrum. There it is. Now let's make the lead. Not the lead, the solder. Oh. Whoops. And max temperature, pressure 50, whatever. Yeah, max temperature 550. I think the pressure was irrelevant here. I'm not sure. Solder. Pressure doesn't matter, and temperature 350 to 550, which is a bit lower than what we have here. Let's see if I can accelerate that. Temperature currently 717, 716, 715. Now 5 oxide into it. 664, 6... Okay, that did something. Da da da. Why doesn't this cool down further? I thought I had put in so many. And here we go, solder. Ah yeah, yes, click on the furnace one last time, I guess. And then we will program all that stuff. Automating, automating, automating. The fucking happens by itself. Automating. IC10, the one thing I definitely need. Electrum solder. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It came out here and then it was sucked into outer space, basically. Let's halve that. Yep. Let's all do that right now. Okay, so I was thinking about the water stuffs. Where is my hydroponics box? There it is. Sure. Oh, how many IC10s do we need? Only one for now, huh? Okay. I could use my filtration unit. Didn't I want to make a filtration unit? Yeah, I did. Find it a bit weird to use a filtration unit to run the IC10 in. Atmospherics. Which is cheaper than using the housing. But I think since I am not using the screws of the housing anyway, I should just, you know, run the chip in the device. So the next thing we need is a computer then, not the housing. Okay. Computer. Needs copper. Do we have copper? We don't fucking have copper. So now I want to use a filtration unit to pump from the air. And we use them over here, it's nice. Into a tank or whatever. It will be kind of omni-purpose. Directly with a passive vent? Nah, that's not good. Let's be a bit more forceful here. Pipes.
Temperature low.
What the fuck? All right. An oversight. And that's the thing, you know? That's again the really missing primary experience. I should have had somehow the experience that it's getting colder and colder and colder. I know that there's a number in the corner, but are you kidding me? That number is supposed to be indeed the thing that tells me that? That's just not good enough. What is it? Program editor. That's the none. IC editor motherboard. Looking for a good place of the dude, but I cannot find one. All of this is occupied. Well, then let's use this space, I guess. Labyrinthian.
Temperature low.
Oh, you can put them in and out while this is closed. I already complained about this bug and that they already fixed it. In other words, what the shit? What is this? So that filtration unit would have to be running the whole time. I think this is rather the candidate for doing this than the other one, because this one I rarely need to empty something into the atmosphere, but this one is more likely to be running. And it could react to whatever blah blah blah, I don't know yet. Blip blop. Right. What's the goal here? I think the first one should be... I'm not sure. Well, the pressure in here is... Actually, it's not that high, 88 kilopascals. Why was I experiencing that as so much higher before? Do we possibly have a leak here somewhere? Let's see, I will cycle the airlock twice. 88 kilopascals.
Hunger caution.
Finally can turn that off. Yeah, 50 watts saved. Alright. Alright, that was the furnace thing that I want to do. Yeah, sure. That's the best thing to start with. Well, it's powered, that's what matters. Pressure, 88 kilopascals, so yeah, that's fine. So let's deal with the arc furnace. Start, yield. Load batch named load batch slot into R0 from any and all hash structure arc furnace, and since I will actually need that multiple times, let's define it up here. Define arc blop. So from any and all arc furnaces from slot 0, I want to know if it's occupied. Come on. And then I want to write to any and all arc furnaces on R0 and want to write to any and all arc furnaces activate R0. This is now the arc furnace automation. But first, one other thing. SDB mode 0, I think, should turn that thing off. Before I write this, Okay, we can't hear anything. Export. Arc furnace is not doing anything. Maybe it cannot run the chip as long as there are not any pipes here. I don't know that. Or maybe I made a programming error, that's possible too. So I guess let's put some pipes there. This guy is supposed to suck from the room with an active vent. Possibly with some inline tank here, maybe. Just, you know, because that's fun. Then it should give me something that I want. Here. Again, possibly with an inline tank. And then here we go to a bottle filler thing. And here we go to a tank filler thing. So we can purify the oxygen tank or something. Okay. That's liquids. Need more pipes. And I need to open helmet. And definitely want to finally get rid of the liquid pipes by making use of them. And where will I put the drinking water thingy? Here, because it's cool.
Power low.
This will constantly cool down the water a little bit, so that is something to be considered. Excuse me? What? Really? I cannot fit through this? It looks like I fit. Ah, come on, it's stupid. And I cannot close the locker from here? I can, okay. Well, let's make this thing viable then. This would be waste that goes just into the room. Now this thing is in principle usable, and I wonder if now the arc furnace programming thing also works. Let's find out. It does. Okay, so we have learned something. The IC10 in the filtration unit does not actually run as long as the filtration unit is showing an error. It doesn't power on really. Interesting, and I don't find that to be a bug or something. It seems okay. Yeah, we're beginning to have the age of luxury here. Let's print some more lights and actually another battery, another station battery. Need more gold. Do I have more gold somewhere? Need 20. Well, I have some gold here. Gold here too. Okay. Nowadays we cannot stack station batteries on top of each other anymore, except if we use the frame trick, because batteries, the small ones and the big ones, have to be placed on frames. Alright, so the programming should put things in here that I will never ever need again, like this crap, which I don't have to open, for which I don't have to open the locker. Kit crates. And then we have the pickaxe I already tossed out somewhere. The old airlock thing. Could recycle, of course, at some point. The flares are neat, but do I need them now? How about the old bottles?
Hunger critical.
What a coincidence. Okay, bottle filler.
Hunger caution.
Yeah. Water bottle filler. Here we go. And it is a kit, it has 2. So turn the wheel and then we have the numbers correctly. Now 2 empty bottles, please. I think I just walked through this. Oh, right, because it's close. Yeah. Now we need a cable, of which I have 5, which is not enough. So the next thing I would like to have here is cables. It takes several hours for the game to actually get going. I guess of any playthrough, episode 2 is the most interesting one, if the first episode isn't too short. Should try to print a few solar panels, huh? Yeah, interrupted the whole thing and therefore this one was stopped. Yep. So, is the water filler ready? It is. Any foodstuffs go here. Makes the most sense. Any more empty bottles somewhere? Nope. All right. Pretty cold in here. But I don't feel that. There's no shivering, the screen isn't bluish, there's no thermometer where I'm in the lower range and things are blinking the whole time slightly with a fade in, fade out, blink, woo, woo, woo. I'm not feeling it and I object to that motherfucker. I want this to be felt. I'm not saying I want to feel cold, but I want to feel that there's something wrong and, well, it's the cold in this case. I want that. So let's make some solar panels. Can we make one? Or is that... Okay, solar panel needs copper. Haha. Do I happen to have some copper here? No, yes, maybe. How many could I make? 2. Let's make 2. So the arc furnacing is now completely convenient and no longer a bother. I will need for Inva and Constantin 1 copper, and I think it was 1 iron. I don't have iron currently. Yes, I do. I can just take this. I mean, don't need that much steel. Actually, this would be the best place to store ores, because that's where they fall from the sky. Ores, what am I saying? Ingots. Where will I put the solar panels and how will I connect them correctly? Tricky, tricky, tricky. This one can, for example, fuck off, of course. Delivers its power there, that's a good start. I would like to automate the climate in here so it can start growing plants. So we need the pipe controller thing, which is the analyzer. Gold electrum. Is electrum already in there? There is not. Yeah, we're getting somewhere. So now I would like to have the pipe utility like 3 times or whatever. Can we afford that? We cannot. Iron. Actually, this is technically food, so let's put it over here.
Hunger critical.
Well, body stuff, right? Oh, one too early. Shit. Actually, okay, that's when the power went out. I no longer have energy. Where's the sun currently? Earth, tell me. Okay, it's still pretty much deep night. Good thing we have this here. So, things are working. Yeah. Once again, stumbled myself from nowhere at all to a working station. It was even though that doesn't matter really on the moon, stationary difficulty. Okay, so these guys have the dual panel, okay, the dual solar panel. That's where the power comes out, and that's the way it's supposed to be. And the sun, where was it? Well, the sun will be a little like this, and therefore I should place the next solar panel right here. Which I cannot, because the fucking light is in the way. So the light has to move. Solar panel has priority. It doesn't have to move far even. Okay, the code is gone. One battery is full, the other one is not yet connected. Let's change that. I want to keep the logic separate because I plan to eventually have heavy cables here and have them maybe, you know, do this basically, you know. So the battery is not yet connected still. We need so there's a connection between the station here and the battery directly, but in between I might have a transformer or something. I want to prepare for that, so... Oh, there's more of a connection going on here than I would like. Doesn't work. This doesn't fly. Okay, more power storage. Things are definitely accelerating. I mean, you can really feel it. Like at the beginning, everything has to be managed and balanced out, and the music is very loud, and I'm repeating myself, and what else will I do? I could connect this to the logic network and control it, but there's so much cable that I would have to pipe there. No, I don't wanna. So, temperature in here, 100-ish degrees. How about the pipe? Are we fine or something? Stress 3%, so not that fine actually. So what's the next step? Move the light at the solar panel. I need one glass for that. I need to... What the fuck? I need to connect the logic to it, so I can program them too. This light needs to go one over in that direction, which is of course annoying to do, but has to happen. Yeah, and for example, the terrain editor, the authoring tool with which you can quickly build the boxes and conjure the stuff and so forth, that tool, when you say copy, so that you have the respective, well, frame or cable or whatever that you have, that should also automatically select the respective kit variant. And when I deconstruct the light here like this, so that I get in my hands, then the selector in memory should immediately switch to this type of light, so I can rebuild it again. All of these things need to be done, man. This is objective. This is not arbitrary. It has to be that way. Okay, let's eat and drink something. Yep.
Hunger caution. Hunger critical.
Yeah, install a solar panel. I need one glass window. Oh, I have one glass window only. Oh, that's funny. And all of that, I didn't print one glass window so far. All of that came from the lander. So, I need to do multiple things at once. This one needs to be starting operations soon. I made two only? Okay. Oh, you need multiple, right, I forgot. Shit. Oh, 200 watts, no thanks. How much cable do I have? Yeah, that could work. Let's try. Let's try to connect the solar panel. Do I have it? I have it. That's a good start in the morning, once it begins. Oh. How long is it until morning? Oh right, I was wrong. The sun comes up here now. So... it's kind of midnight right now, huh? Weird. It's completely new. I mean, you really have to get used to it. The new moon. I mean, it's like watching Twilight all over again. Again. So, solar panels, logical connection. Can we make one? Oh boy, I don't have a connection there. No place for the cable. I think I will move the light even further. Stupid. Why is this not the right type? Workflow. I mean, the game involves so much work. The work is fun, yeah, but it's still work. It's work that is fun. The workflow is absolutely abysmal in this game. And does it have to be like that, really? Yep. Man, the lighting here is wicked to say the least. But okay, better than nothing. And of course, still I have my flashlight on, because in this game you need a fucking flashlight on. Shame. I mean, except if you have a station that is of course elaborate and that you have built for 50 hours, then you don't need one. I want the pipe utility. And how many do I need? 1 to make that one 2. Here, I need 3. And I need a pipe cowl. Yep. Okay. Nice. Active vent. Power. Is that possible? Okay, now we could I could print basically a smart canister. Needs steel, I guess. This makes 2. What? Oh, right, you need the advanced motherfuckers for that. Yeah, sure. Okay, I will now try to program the solar panels, I think. And then we need to make sure that the plants are basically up and running. That's very soon. Not very soon. There's still plenty of food left. Yeah, what's the next step? Not sure.
Power low.
So as soon as there's pressure on the input side, it shall pump basically. But what if the pressure here gets too high? Tricky. It's nice to see all of that come together. It's one of the best moments in Stationeers. So what's the goal here now? I want to filter oxygen only. And I only want to filter if the pressure over here is not too high. What does too high mean? Well, it depends on the bottle you put in, and that's tricky because I can't really alleviate the pressure in here. So let's just, you know, go for the usual. How would I empty this? I mean, if I have a canister in here, and there's crap in there, I don't want that crap to go in here. So I would have to separate this here from that here with a valve. Yeah. And I would have to be able to suck it dry. Is what she actually relate with the words. So, yeah. And here we'll have a valve, so that that stuff here doesn't get tainted. Valve. And another active vent while we're at it. Temperature 6 degrees, pretty cold. Somehow my body temperature by now should have lowered to the respective value. Well, okay, the suit has its own AC, fine. But I mean, there should be some comfort level kind of things going on here. And currently the comfort should be low. You may disagree, but that's your prerogative. Mine is to not give a fuck. Yeah, why should it be in the way? We can just put it on the back side here. And that is also something that I heard her say.
Hydration critical.
Daylight sensor, we need the energy problem solved. Here. And while we're at it, iron gold. We also need a gas sensor for indoor temperature and pressure. So if something's fucked up, the dude here can start flashing, so I can start scratching my head, which I wouldn't do without it flashing. Do we have iron in here? We do. What does it take to print the gun? Oh, what it takes is an upgrade. Ah. Have to think about that. And that would be related to this stuff here, because Invar constant. Invar is iron and nickel, so I need nickel, and the constant is copper and iron. Iron and copper. Copper and nickel. Oh, not iron and copper. Blah, blah, blah. Copper and nickel, iron and nickel. Okay, so now we need nickel. Do we have nickel? I don't think we do. And the thing is, before that stupid safe bug, I had nickel. Now I don't. Shite. I have to wait for the day to make that happen. Anyway. Okay, the cooling solution is here. It goes into entire station if I pump that empty. Pressure alleviation would be here. Best way to measure the situation then, I guess, is maybe here. And the daylight sensor, where will it be? Computer's not well placed, but okay, that's the way it is. So now we have the pressure in kilopascals for indoor. And now let's get the temperature also. Subtract into that register, from that register, 173.15, which gives us Celsius. Okay, yeah, right, temperature. So move 0, 0, 0. Then SGT. I can just start with that. So SGT, SLT. No, I should do that systematically. So SLT indoor temperature. So let's write into register R1 if the indoor temperature is less than 10, and then we OR that into R0. So R0 is the result, and it will be the combination of what we have so far in R0 and R1, which in this case are always 0, but it keeps things clean to do it like this. Now if it's greater than 25, then same problem, it is too fucking warm, and so we would say SB hash structure flashing light. Is it flashing light or flashlight? I think it's flashing light, but I'm not sure. On R0. But we're not done yet. We also need to check the pressure. It's just a catch-all, you know? It's not the best way to do it, but it's better than nothing. So let's check the indoor pressure. If the indoor pressure is greater than 100, map, and if the indoor temperature, if the indoor pressure is less than 50, I also want to be alerted. In other words, if this whole thing has been programmed correctly, the light should now turn on, and it does. Okay. Of course, that's not helpful right now because it's too cold, and well, that's actually all. It's only too cold. Okay. So pressure in here, I want to work on that. The outside, the pressure in this direction must not be too great. This should stay open by default, will only be closed if need be. Need more pipes. So I might have, every once in a while, a situation where there's a bottle here, a canister that has too high pressure. The normal way to deal with that is to panic, and then to run outside and throw it away. But why? Can't we just open it? But what if it has some dangerous gas inside? Or what if the pressure in here is already very high? In this case, I would say let's make 2 pipe utilities and 2 passive vents. So if ever there's a panic situation where I have a bottle here that has too high pressure, I can just stuff it into this dude and the content will be vented into space.
Power critical.
And I can do the same in the opposite direction if I'm outside and I have waste gases on me. Wait, that's not productive at all. And I wanna empty that canister quickly. I will just do that. Yep. Shit.
The light of day is nearly gone. Water drips from his hair. He lies
Plop.
Waste tank critical.
and gazes up into the black.
Neat. So what about the furnace? How full, how hot? Okay, okay. 65 degrees, that's pretty much cold. And what's the pressure, what's the stress here? Liquid in the pipe, 3%. Yeah, but it's only the N2O. But the pollutant will eventually go into that also. What about the pollutant? What are our odds here? We have 3-ish megapascals. which will of course decrease slightly since it's getting colder. It would become liquid at a pressure of... at a temperature of... negative. In other words, that's not a concern, because by then I would already have sucked away the CO2, but first I need to make sure that we get some gas away from the room. Oh damn. That's not ideal. I need something that gets rid of the liquids here. Shite. On both sides. Damn it. Yeah, not on this side really. So it should be like that then. How do I deal with the pressure? I still don't know. A bit fucked up. I mean, I wanted to like pressurize this to some degree, and maybe I should just set this guy on top of a what's its face? A pressure regulator. But if I do that, the pressure regulator is effectively a valve, isn't it? How do I get rid of the content of this thing then? If I need to suck it dry, I mean, this is just for emergency venting, or I can open it directly. But if I want to really empty it, if that really is the one goal that I have. La la la. So my idea now was I put another one of these guys, 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth one here, and connect it to the active vent. Maybe I need a pipe in between, I'm not sure. I think so. It's a device type thing, isn't it? Yeah, it's a device. I need a pipe in between. Shit. And then I could suck the dry decidedly. That's dedicated then. For evacuating bottles, period. But what if I need to evacuate this? Can I put this all somehow together into one network, into one system? While at the same time being able to check what the pressure is here. Tricky. I mean, this... yeah. If I want to empty that... this is just illogic. I have this here, so that if I have some crap bottle here, it doesn't poison my nice O2 reserves here. But this way I can... okay, I could have a... yeah, of course, I could have the pressure regulator. Of course, yeah, let's use a pressure regulator. Yep. Oh, it needs another pipe? Shit. I guess the room is not high enough. Well, that's iffy to say the least. So I don't need to protect myself from pressure in here. Ah, yeah, okay, I guess this whole thing will work out. And in between here is just a waste of space. That was not necessary. Do I have some extra here? Why? Oh, right, I remember. I remember. Okay, now this guy shall start pumping, and it shall stop pumping once the pressure in this part here is too high. Yeah, I have an idea here. The pressure here shall be built to some degree. So if there's pressure on this side, and if the pressure here is lower than whatever, then it shall be on. Okay, let's do that. Load directly? No, load into R0 from dB, which is where the chip is housed, the pressure input. Ah, load pressure input. Actually, no, to R1. Move to R0, and in the end we say write R0 into mode. Now we have to AND stuff. So, if R1 is greater than 0. What? Right, R1. If R1 is greater than 0, then this value here shall become 1. And we have to move a 1 in there actually. And into R0, R1. So, if we start with a 1, as in the assumption is that thing needs to be on. But if the pressure on the input side is greater than is not greater than 0, then there will be a 0 in this field, and so 1 and 0 is 0. So it will not be on. But the pressure on the output side also matters. Pressure output. I'm not sure which one it is. I think it's output 1. Ah, yeah, it's output, just output. And if that pressure is less than what? What's the goal? What's the target pressure that we want to achieve? Well, let's be bold and say 40 megapascals. Oh no, let's not be that bold. The room would be devoid of oxygen. I want to be a bit more careful here. So, less than... Then we have to AND things again. So maybe on the input side we have gas, but on the output side the pressure is no longer less than. If it's not less than, if this is not fulfilled, then this is untrue, and untrue means 0, and so there's a 0 here. And so whatever is in here and 0 means 0, and then the mode will be 0. Okay, export. So as soon as I turn on that thing, this guy should start pumping. Yep, okay.
Hunger caution.
This reduces the pressure in the station. And we don't get pipe creaking because I have a lot of buffer here that I can use. Condensation is happening in the pipe. Okay, that should not be a concern, because all of that should come out via the drain. If the condensation is too much, then that will not happen, because well, then we would have to add 1 or 2 more of these drains, but that ultimately gets the job done. 3 megapascals. Okay. Alright, so that is gone. And this is now at 5 megapascals as prescribed, pure oxygen. And this thing doesn't have anything. So let's define the pressure that it shall have. No, a little bit more. Alright. 9,000 is fine. Though, we have to consider there's 8 degrees in here. If that bottle is filled and then it gets warmer and warmer, the pressure rises too. Let's just do the experiment. First I have to cable this up. And what about this guy for sucking things empty? Is that meaningful in this place? In that place? I wouldn't think so. You could rather use a passive... No, that's not... Num 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 num. Num 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 num. Yeah, speaking of all of that, the furnace out there should have cooled down now so that we have some pipe, so that we should get its... Oh yeah, 8 degrees. Really? That's the room I'm in. That's the mistake I made last time. Furnace, 50 degrees. Actually, that's ideal. We can heat up the room. So, let's heat up the room. Pressure has fallen to 68 kilopascals in here. That's good. This thing is still like that because we are still below, I believe it was 10 degrees, or did I say 15? I think it should be 15. Pressure increasing. Right. So let's do this thing here. Dude, what? What's happening? What? Dude, I didn't know that. I knew that production machines can stop running when there's some kind of cable network recalculation shock, a bug that is still in there, goddammit. But I didn't know this thing could switch its mode from 1 to 0 so that it no longer does anything. Didn't know that at all. .01 megapascals. 5.08 megapascals. Fuck you. Pressure 73 kilopascals. How full is the furnace still? Oh, almost empty, it looks like. So the furnace will then be ready for use. All we need now is nickel to make Invine Constantum. And of course the usual other stuff, because I've burned through the resources yet again. Okay, so now here we have something to evacuate any canister, so that it is really empty. Here we have something to fill the canister with oxygen, 9,000 kilopascals. Not very fast, but okay. It's very safe. I mean, it could make things more complex, aka complicated. Not what I want to do right now. It's late anyway, I have to stop the video now. I mean, late in the day.
Filter low.
How long is this fucking video? Almost 7 hours. Not bad. Not fucking bad. Have not done a long playthrough in a while. So what about the sun? Should be up soon. Can we read out the daylight sensor then and program the thingies? Load batch into our 0 sense day. Define. Also, this scroll bar, why is it so slow? And it takes like 1 minute to fix that. Fuck, man, it has been for this long time. Sense gas, sense day hash. Oops. Structure, daylight, sensor. What do we want? Vertical sum, right batch into, yeah, let's do that thing again. Define solar hash.
Hunger critical.
Structure solar panel dual. Right into those, vertical are 0, which will probably at some point turn out to not be correct. But, you know, let's figure that out as we go along. One of them is moving, the
Power low.
other is not. We can see why. It seems like the horizontal rotation is wrong and the vertical rotation, both of them are wrong. That's weird. Subtract into R0 from R0 90 and do the same vertical, see what happens. Oops, that would be useless. Aha! Nice! That's how I imagined it, I mean wished for it, and now I'm seeing... Awesome. Well, let's see if that actually works. Cool, so we might have solar figured out. Then we have a nice gas canister here from the air. 54 only. Yeah, let's add something to the red flashlight thingy, which, I mean, it's getting a bit crowded in here, but in principle, this thing should never be on. If it's on, I'd get out my tablet and start reading. That's the idea. So, from here... Wait, what? Right, I load into register R1. Into R1 I load from the sense gas, the ratio oxygen, and it should be at least 50, let's say 50. And we're currently like almost below that, I think. So then we have to convert that. We say I write into R1 based upon R1. Is R1 less than 50? Is the ratio oxygen in the room less than 50? If that is the case, things are fucked up, so this thing will be 1. Yep. And it's 54, okay. Right, so now we can do this. I can empty that canister into the room.
Airtight critical.
No, before I breathe that, let's take a look at it. It is 8 degrees. Yeah, it's cold oxygen. It's not very cold, and it's pure oxygen. I dig. And this guy will now just be opened. And then we pump it empty, so that it is, guess what, empty. Battery should be basically empty now. Why is there some power in there? Do we have some stray sun rays coming, or what's happening? I mean, we are consuming a lot of power in here. The lights, the atmospherics units, the 100 watts for that guy, and for the active vent. Lots of power. And I don't have any power coming in yet. Okay. Another can of oxygen, getting ready. The volume is very high here, that's 290 liters versus these 64 liters. In other words, the 3 megapascals we have in here should be enough to get this guy filled up to 9 megapascals, easy. Okay, is this empty? It is empty. Turn off. The furnace is ready for use. Looks like the sun is coming back now. Maybe we want to go outside and enjoy the sunrise. After I've been drinking something. And eaten too.
Hunger caution.
Yeah, power coming in. That's why the battery is blinking. Hey, what's that? Do you see that black spot here? It appears that it's terrain rendering related, because you can see that dot here through the glass and there. But when the metals rungs or whatever it is come, then you see no such thing. Screenshot. God damn it. Who am I? Debugger? What might this be? Can we see something here? I see nothing, but maybe if we use the drill.
Jetpack low.
I don't know what it is. Wrong is what it is. Does the quick saving still work? It does. Yep, quick saving works. Okay, so here we are with our station. With not yet automated cooling, but cooling nonetheless. Working furnace, steel, electrum, solder, programmed chip, 2 solar panels, One of them producing not so much. Oh, I thought my shadow would do something. It doesn't. Weird. Anyway, 2 solar panels. Some nice atmospheric setup to get gases from the furnace indoor and to deal with canisters, which will probably explode in my face at some point. Yeah. Automated arc furnace. Everything's still tier 1, not yet any plants to speak of. I need to put some walls up here and automate the cooling and heating. That's where we are. And that's where it ends for today.